It's conference with labor negotiators, organization, International Association of Firefighters, and conference with city attorney, potential litigation, significant exposure to litigation under section 54956.9 D2.
Okay, I need a motion to go into closed session.
I move so.
Seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
And that passes with Councilmember Tanaka absent unanimously. Oh, with everyone here.
Everyone.
Passes unanimously. No, I think we're, oh yeah, you should call roll.
Let's call the roll.
We never had you call the roll.
Councilmember Du Bois. Councilmember Filsett. Councilmember Fine. Here. Councilmember Holman. Here. Vice Mayor Niss.
Here.
Councilmember Koo. Mayor Scharf.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Woolbach. Here. 9 present.
Excellent. Now we got closed session. And there's no agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Let me just get a little organized. So who are we missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Liz and Phil Seth. All right, so a couple things. Why don't we go to city manager comments?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you, and council members. Let's see. Okay, first item pertains to the proposed hotel on San Antonio Road. A draft environmental impact report EIR for the hotel project, which is at 744 to 750 San Antonio Road, was released for public review on March 27th, and public comments on the draft EIR are welcome until the close of business on May 10th. The project is also scheduled for an ARB hearing on April 6th, which is this week, and comments can be provided orally at that time. All substantive comments on the draft EIR will be responded to in a final EIR before this project is presented to the City Council for action based on a recommendation from the ARB. Next up, from Planning and Community Environment, planning staff and consultants are hosting a community meeting to kick off the Eichler Neighborhood Design Guidelines project on April 11th at 6:30 p.m. in the Midtown Room at the Mitchell Park Community Center. Unfortunately, this time conflicts with a special meeting of the City Council, but we're hoping for a good turnout from interested residents and Eichler enthusiasts. The meeting is intended to start a community conversation about ways to ensure that home additions and new construction are compatible with the character of Palo Alto's Eichler neighborhoods. And the project, we expect, will result in new guidelines for homeowners and enable the City Council to consider whether or not there should be any accompanying changes to the city's zoning regulations. On the RPP front, the city's contractor continues to make permits available to residents in the downtown and in the Evergreen Park, Mayfield RPP districts through the city's parking website, which is at cityofpaloalto.org/parking. As of Sunday night, the contractor reports that we've sold over 3,000 resident permits for downtown and just 325 resident permits for Evergreen and Mayfield. We will continue to get the word out to residents and are spreading the word to area businesses, which are eligible for a small number of employee permits. In the case of downtown, low-wage workers were eligible to start purchasing employee permits downtown yesterday, and as of last night, we'd issued 281 permits. All employees in the district will be eligible to purchase permits starting April 9th. Right now, just the low-wage workers is our focus. Low-wage workers and employees who are on the waiting list for parking lots and garages in the California Avenue area are now able to purchase Evergreen, Mayfield employee permits, and as of last night, we had issued 78 permits. All employees in the district will be eligible to purchase permits beginning April 9th. I'll be giving a pop quiz on this later on the timing on these. Hopefully, folks can go to the website if there's any question to be sure that they are able to meet the deadlines. I did want to share that our contractor does continue to struggle in keeping up with the volume of calls to their customer service number, and we understand their voicemail box was full over the weekend. Callers were unable to leave messages. Our staff has asked the company to fix this problem and to provide additional support at the customer service lobby in City Hall, which of course, as if you got here at the right time, you saw some lines of folks who were here to make purchases here downtown. We'll continue to monitor the situation, spreading the word that enforcement will not begin until April 17th for downtown and April 24th for Evergreen Mayfield, And also, even after enforcement begins, we'll issue warnings for a couple of weeks before we issue citations. And then lastly, if you look up to the booth here, the neat thing to report from our folks in our public art program. Over the next 2 months, public art will be changing the face of downtown. First of all, a giant inflatable speech bubble and video recording booth will pop up in front of City Hall on Wednesday, April 19th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., where people can enter and record a 2-minute video beginning with the statement, "The truth is blank," and this exhibit is called In Search of the Truth, or the Truth Booth for short, has been brought to cities around the country and actually around the world, and has been touring the U.S. on a special tour. We're one of the final stops on the tour. Our public is invited to come down to the plaza to tell their own truth. And that begins to get us ready for what's going to be, we think, an amazing event beginning on June 1st, a Thursday, and running through June 3rd. Our downtown will transform into a series of urban interventions as part of Code Art, which is a weekend-long festival that will include 8 installations in downtown spaces that will include prototypes of sound and light, activation, virtual reality, street furniture projects, and other interventions that activate some of the downtown storefronts, alleys, parking lots, and blank walls in new and inventive ways. There will be a new temporary artwork installation on King Plaza, the Murmur, it's called, that will visually activate the plaza with its dynamic shape and illumination. I think we've got a picture of it up there. It's actually at the Moscone. It has been at the Moscone Center. It will create an immersive and meditative environment to draw passersby in. It will include embedded 3D printed data pods that display search terms trending in Palo Alto, and LED text displays within the data pods will inform viewers of what Palo Altans are searching for. With motion sensors tracking the presence of the viewers to create an interactive light display, the artwork allows individuals to contribute to the streams of data as they flow by. Viewers can also contribute whispers or direct messages to the Murmur Wall through a web portal at murmurwall.net, and these real-time anonymous contributions move rapidly through the lattice as bright white data streams. They'll appear only once, never to be collected, reused, or shared, while creating a unique and dynamic experience. And it will remain on display from June 1st through October 2nd. It is really sort of also part of the National Day of Civic Hacking will take place at that point, so part of the connection to art and technology is the reason for some of the projects that we've selected. And then finally, the clerk's office asks that we put out a reminder that their deadline is tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. to apply for vacancies on the following commissions: the Human Relations Commission, the Library Advisory Commission, the Public Art Commission, and the Utility Advisory Commission. Deadline tomorrow, 4:30 p.m., that's Tuesday, and apply online at thecityofpaloalto.org/clerk. And that is all I have to report. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I also wanted to congratulate you, Jim, on being named one of the top 25 doers, dreamers, and drivers of 2017 by Government Technology magazine. Well, I must say, I was a little concerned that you were named one of the top drivers. You need to ride your bike some more. So, Jim is being recognized for his innovative ideas and bold thinking in how cities use technology and how to execute on the promises of truly digital government. In the feature piece on Jim, he said that he would like to see local government move to the cloud, use agile development, and create opportunities for more collaboration between the private sector and its citizens. At the same time, he believes cities must rethink their assets from street lights to parking meters, which can be turned into digital tools. Jim said in the article, we try to recognize more overtly in our community that government is a partnership between citizens and their representatives. But a city doesn't become innovative and more effective by changing how it obtains and uses technology. You have to build, trust, and think like a startup, according to Jim. That's the mindset we need to have so we can scale up solutions that not only make our city a better place, but help make other cities better as well. So we just wanted to congratulate you for that achievement. Job well done.
I would put it in perspective. That was a very nice shout out. That my wife has, over the years, said repeatedly to me that she should have married a handyman rather than a dreamer. So anyway.
All right, now we have oral communications, and we have several speakers. You'll each have 3 minutes. And our first speaker, I can never read these properly. It's, if I said it wrong, I apologize, but is it Ella Hen? Maybe I got it wrong. It looks like, okay, I'll ask the clerk and we'll come back to it. So Olivia Donner, to be followed by Palo Alto Free Press. Okay. So do we have Olivia Donner? Okay. Okay. And then, so now we have Palo Alto Free Press, to be followed by Mark Molyneux.
I think I had mentioned last week that last week was going to be my last visit here, but you know, if you look at DNA, all of humankind is genetically connected, so I've got a little bit of Arnold Schwarzenegger in me, so I'm back. You know, when we launched Palo Alto Free Press, and oh, by the way, Corey, I called you on the phone, you didn't call me back, and who else did I call? Tom, you didn't call me back. Greg, you didn't call me back. You know, that really that speaks volumes of, you know, your attention to your constituents. It just shows that what you do is you do this. They turn their back on the population. They turn their back on the voice of democracy. And it's terrible.
Stopped me yesterday.
I wouldn't tolerate it. They are our elected officials. You see, I have been speaking before City Council for the past 10 years. And every time I step into chambers, it's like a war zone. It really is. I have to really psych myself up in order to talk to these folks. So currently, as in the past, I viewed all of previous City Council members as Nazis. I view these guys as the Taliban. They're terrorists because they do not care about you, they do not care about me, or anybody else. Now let me just share with you something, just a little bit. I had a falling out with the Watchtower Bible Tract Society's executive staff, okay? Pretty amazing, isn't it? 25 years of preaching the good news of God's kingdom. And you know what? I remember on a warm, sunny day, this farmer just plowed himself through the screen door with his American flag and said, "Salute this, you goddamn son of a bitch, Jehovah's Witnesses." Terrible, isn't it? Horrible. That's their democracy, not mine. It's horrible. This is what they believe in. You folks ought to be ashamed of yourselves. And Liz, I've got 20/20 vision and I hear perfectly well. You lost your hearing ears a long time ago. Sandra Brown made a directive to all of the policing staff not to receive my telephone calls, not to return my telephone calls as a journalist, not to be interviewed as a journalist. That's horrible. That is what you believe, sir. You're spineless, each and every one of you. Just totally spineless. You're racists is what you are. I'm a minority. I'm from Nicaragua, dude. You should be proud of your achievements and how you treat Latinos and African Americans in this community. I have recorded time and time again racist remarks by the police. It's horrible. And as a black man, I'm sure you've experienced it. You've probably been pulled over by the police, and right out the gate they ask you, "Have you ever been under arrest?" Has that not been the truth? Yeah, you're smiling. You know it's true. So,
Well, thank you.
this may be my last time. I don't know. You know, when I think, oh, Liz, I wish you'd get working on the letter that I requested on complete exoneration. Can you do that? You think you can get back with me and let me know? Because I'm not a rapist. Do you hear me, Liz? Or do I need to bring up the volume a little bit more? Can you nod your head in acknowledgement? Yes or no, Liz? Yes or no?
So, Mark.
Yes or no?
So, Mark.
No, I'm leaving. I mean, this is my last appearance. So if you want to call the police and chambers, you go right ahead and do so. But I want an answer from that
So,
woman
Mark,
right there.
We don't respond to public comment. We
Well,
never
so it's a
have.
rhetorical question. Is that the case?
That is correct.
I have seen city council respond to criticism time and time again on First Amendment issues. Come on. What you're saying is bullshit. And you know, Rahm Emanuel, you know who he is? He was part of the executive staff of what, Obama? I mean, he just launched the F word I can't tell you how many times. All of you are just one big clusterfuck. That's what you are. With that said, I'm out of here.
Mark Molyneux.
Hey there. Hi there. My name is Mark Molyneux. I graduated from Stanford, currently looking for a place for rent. Just a few comments I'd like to make about last week's discussion about affordable housing and below market rent units. In particular, I'd like to respond to one point in your discussion that you were trying to adjust your fees to better fit in with the rest of the cities in the peninsula. And it seems like I was seeing the Palo Alto following in the footsteps of the other cities, and I think they're capable of a lot more. I can understand completely why they do this. The old saying goes, no one got fired for buying IBM. And just doing the same thing as everyone else is buying IBM. It's the safe thing to do. But we're in Silicon Valley. We're capable of a lot more and actually innovating. And I think Palo Alto could really be a leader in finding new ways to make things that work instead of following the safe policies that don't work. I think if there's one city around here that's capable of trying a new way of fixing a problem, congestion pricing for fixing traffic, community land trusts for fixing affordable housing, I don't think it's going to be one of the other cities. I think Palo Alto, if anyone is going to be a leader, I think it's going to be you guys. So I really think instead of following the same policies of exclusionary zoning to try to keep traffic down and to try to keep density down, I think new solutions are out there, and I think if anyone's going to be an innovator, I think you should look at yourselves and try to make it happen. I think you're capable of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Debbie, to be followed by Laura.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak tonight. First of all, I wanted all of you to know that I've been a public servant of the government for most of my career, and recently I became homeless, and to my demise, which I never thought I would be. And I wanted to speak about some of your plans for homelessness. As you know, the homeless is not one area of just degenerates. We have homeless that are primarily baby boomers, not the young kids that have mental illness as well as drug addiction. It's hitting people who are highly classified as far as degrees, with master's degrees levels, and they're invisible to the public. And those folks are people that cannot be addressed because they're ashamed, like myself, and they can't get the help that they need. Thus, the city council has to be very creative in finding a loop to get them back into society, get jobs, and be useful servants, not servants, but be back in applicable jobs so they can get, be helpful to the community. Not only do you have myself who falls in that category, you have other people who have mental illness and they need to be served by a case manager. to get the help they seek so that they can get into group homes where they can have case managers work with them. So you have about 6 levels of people that are homeless, and you can't just group them as homeless in one category. What I would suggest is, what I used to do is give surveys in communities to see thus what are the big problem areas and how can we fix them? What are the capital projects can we do to fix the city? How can we involve community involvement so that people from 10 different countries speak to each other? That was my job. That was one of the jobs I did with the city. So what I'm asking you folks to do is put your heads together and brainstorm. Think about, with the monies you recently received, I believe it was Measure A, don't try to think of housing these people in one area because you have people that are, you know, from different areas and different groups, but instead use the money wisely in getting case managers and thus, you know, giving a survey to those people, you know, and see what they need. And so that you take the survey and break it down, and then you see where you can use the money. And thus you might have a more productive way of helping people who are thus called homeless. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Laura, to be followed by Stephanie Munoz. No, it's Laura first.
Thank you. And in addition to what Deborah just said, I recently as well, at the end of the year, my mom passed away and just became homeless myself. Prior to that, I have all my life, along with my mother, have donated my time, volunteered my time to help poor people, elderly people, seniors and so forth, shut-ins, not just in food and everything else, but helping them in any way I could. When my mom passed away with 2 massive strokes at the age of 94, I lost my home, I lost my job, and I lost my mom to end up in a situation like this. So without Stephanie, I don't know what I would have done. Recently, I heard something that really disturbed me, and I'm glad that the city of Palo Alto or the police department was able to build a shelter, or is willing to, underneath the jail at the police station. That's fantastic for somebody who might be a danger to somebody on the street, but for someone in this situation who's trying to dig her way out to get back on their feet, I'm this far away from finding housing, working my butt off to try and get there. And it was a little bit of a slap in the face to have somebody say, you need to go live in a jail, because we don't have any other place for women. There's shelters for men, but there's no shelters for women. Women need your help. Can you help us? Please. We have a group that Heart and Home was nice enough to put together a shelter that was put together for us, a temporary shelter, but the problem is the city of Palo Alto and most cities, you have to have a permit, and those permits are only good for 45 days, maximum. The city of San Jose recently lifted that for churches. They no longer have to have a permit to house homeless or to house any group in this situation. Is that something that Palo Alto could possibly do, or can you help us in any way?
The city manager can talk to them.
Thank you. Stephanie Munoz.
I'm Stephanie Munoz. Good evening, Mayor Scharf and council members. I thought I would share with you the opportunity, the rare opportunity, to hear from some of these women, because the way things are set up, we have some shelters, and the regulations are very manipulative, and you have to be in at 7, not later, or you lose your place for next time too. And so you'll never see them here, because the homeless people who have found their way to some kind of an overnight shelter have to go to that shelter. They cannot come and tell you what is wrong with a society that is leaving women out on the street. Of course, I can, and I will. You cannot have women out on the street at night. You just can't. It is not a civilized society. And the reason is that women are susceptible to rape and impregnation. And if you have that kind of a Wild West society, you end up with unparented, illegitimate children, or maybe abortion, if you like that better. Women who are really despoiled of their way to earn their living in a respectable way. The divorce laws that we passed often, the new divorce laws, leave women sort of at loose ends. When a husband decides that he needs a younger paramour, there they are out on the street because they cannot get housing by themselves with their own jobs. Their little jobs are okay if you can combine them. That's one of the reasons that you have the Latinos managing, is because they have little families that stick together, and they have two not very good jobs, but the two not very good jobs will buy you housing, and one not very good job won't. I'm asking you to realize that when long ago Palo Alto City Council put in industry with no place to house the workers, they were setting all of us, you as well as us, up for a big problem of supply and demand. I believe you have to insist that the big companies provide some housing, some not one-to-one, but something in relation to the number of people they have, at least 4 bedrooms, and that there be some place, some shed, some tent, something next to a bathroom for the homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is C. Reddy.
Thanks, Mayor, and citizens of Palo Alto, and city administration for taking me in the last minute. I know you are pressed for time. I was listening today to all the stuff about North Korea and all that, and what's critical to us, to city of Palo Alto, 18th district, our state, is for us to be prepared for the worst. So in 1978, I worked for Aerojet. We built 10 million rounds of ammunition. Granted, those days computers were not there, but we had a contact list we all carried in our pockets. No matter what anybody says, in 2000, we had an earthquake when I was at Boeing, and nobody had access to phones. So I hope the City Hall and the city administration has a list like this in the pockets in a hard copy format so we can help for emergency preparedness. We don't really know what's going to happen. All the talk, all the nastiness is everywhere. But I think we want to protect our citizens, and it's our duty to do that. Thank you. The second thing is, I think it's wholly stupid for Democrats to filibust, and create a scene. We know Judge Gorsuch is going to be nominated sooner or later. I think it's going to set up bad precedents. So here's what I propose. We negotiate. Democrats can go and negotiate, and the next reappointment could be Judge Garland. And you give a carrot, and then we live a life. I hope the citizens that are very influential in Palo Alto and Woodside and all the communities we have, call your senators and say this is an unnecessary confrontation. It doesn't do anything. It just puts the ego of Chuck Schumer. But other than that, it doesn't do anything for us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and now we need a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Okay, did you get that? All in favor, or put on the board? And that passes unanimously. And now I need a motion on the consent calendar. Oh, we have one speaker, we do. Keith Bennett, speaking to item 6.
So I just wanted to say 3 things very briefly. First of all, thank you very much for passing this motion, and I hope you'll reaffirm your decision tonight. The second comments are directed a little bit more to city staff, which is, it's our hope that this will be implemented well and that you get the data you need for the proposed 2018 regulations, and also change the frequently asked questions on the website on dewatering to help motivate applicants to get with the program as opposed to the current topics now, and explain why the city is taking these actions. Now that this will be an ordinance, we hope that if there are penalties that are payable, that they are in fact assessed and that people pay them. That's the way at least some builders recognize the city as being serious. And the third is another request to staff. You will be coming back in 2018 with, later this year, for proposals for 2018. We hope that this is done in a timely manner, not, after April when the 2018 season has started, and that you will take this opportunity to look at the potential of having a very simple regulation that has at its core that no water will be dumped down to the storm drains from dewatering. I think that was suggested at the Policy and Services Committee. I think it will be shown to be feasible. It's easy to enforce. It's very clear. It will, of course, need some other wording around it to have the right intent. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, now a motion on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Okay. Made by Councilmember Du Bois, seconded by Councilmember Niss. If we could vote on the board. And that passes unanimously. Now we're up to our first and only action item, item number 7. And do we have a staff report?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. Assistant Public Works Director, lead on implementation of the council's infrastructure plan, which includes the subject garage at Cal Avenue and then ultimately the public safety building. So Brad?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We're happy to be here this evening to talk about the Cal Ave parking garage options with you. With me, Jason, I have Matt Raschke, a senior engineer in Public Works Engineering. And then out in the audience, we have 2 members of our design team, Michael Ross from RDC Architecture and Michelle Wendler from Watry Design. And they'll be helping with some of the questions you may have. So a brief summary of our presentation. We'll be talking about a little bit about the status of the public safety building and Cal Ave garage projects, looking at the garage options and costs that were in your staff report, talking about some zoning issues having to do with public parking garages, and then the staff recommendation. So the status of the project, you probably recall because we were here in December, although there are new council members, but we issued a request for proposals for a design of both the public safety building and the Cal Ave garage last August in 2016. And then we brought the design contract award to council in December. And for the design work, one of the very first steps we needed to do to keep the project moving was to look at options for adding more parking to the California Avenue garage beyond what had originally been approved by council a year before in December 2015. And so that's where we are tonight, looking at trying to finalize the program for the Cal Ave garage, which is a critical step, and I just wanted to say that it's really important to us to get a decision on that tonight to keep the projects on track. As we all know, there are pressures on parking in the Cal Ave area already. The new Evergreen Park Mayfield RPP program is estimated to take away something like 240 spaces that were previously available for parking in the residential neighborhoods. So that's a further pressure. And we know that there will be strain on parking in that area basically until this garage is finished. And then just another key point about that, with these projects, time is money. Between the garage and the public safety building, we're talking about approximately a $100 million investment. As we've worked on cost estimates for these projects and the public safety building in particular, the cost escalation associated with just the public safety building portion adds up to about $150,000 a month. So we see that and view it as critical to try to keep this on the fast track and make sure that we stay on schedule. So what is that schedule? Next couple bullets there. We're working on getting the project. We have a scoping meeting coming up actually at the Planning and Transportation Commission on April 12th. We plan to bring the project with approval of the EIR back to council in December of this year, and then begin construction of the parking garage next summer, 2018, and complete that the following summer, at which point we would immediately begin construction of the public safety building and anticipate completing that in spring 2021. So that's the overall timeframe. This next slide shows the parking options that were considered and that were provided in the staff report. A couple things I wanted to point out here. You'll see that we're showing total stalls in the garage and then the net amount of spaces added. And there's a couple nuances to that I wanted to point out that were described in the report. So the 2014 Council Infrastructure Plan that provided the initial funding for this project had as its goal adding a net 160 parking spaces to the district through building the garage. And you'll see that, for example, in option 1 here, we say that there's a total of 471 stalls, but only a net added of 129. So we're starting with 310 spaces on these 2 lots, and then we're going up to 471. But the thing I wanted to point out is that on the 2 options, 1 and 2, that have the retail component, by code, by the zoning code, there's about 20 parking spaces that are needed to support that retail. The other change is that we're providing 12 visitor parking spaces for the public safety building in this public parking garage. So as I said, these are the options that are shown in the staff report. You'll see that option 3 is slightly grayed in to denote that that's the staff recommendation for the 522 space garage. That would be a net increase of 200 spaces. And really what we've tried to do there, that's more than the 160 spaces that was originally planned for in the infrastructure plan. But we're trying to balance the community input that we received in our public meetings and through many letters and emails about the need to maximize the parking with the budgetary needs for the overall infrastructure plan and the fact that costs are rising and we have a lot of projects to support. So you'll see, looking here on this page, that the project cost there, $26.2 million, is actually about $3 million less than kind of our baseline project, which was option 1. Wanted to take just a moment to orient you to the project area we're talking about. You can see the parking garage here kind of towards the center of the slide. It has the red writing on top of it. And just to the right of that, which is to the south, that's the new Visa building. Just to give a sense, since we're talking about building heights in some of these options, the new Visa building is 45 feet, 5 inches. And then if you look to the left of the parking garage and kind of up a bit, you'll see the new public safety building, which is a 3-story building that will be 50 feet high. And just to the right of the public safety building, the kind of diagonally shaped building, is the county courthouse, which is 65 feet high. So that's some of the context of the project area. And then this next slide is, it's repeating a couple of the options that were on the previous slide. This may be a little confusing, but what happened is we had the 4 options that were shown on the other slide, and then once our staff report was published and there were more discussions, there were ideas about 3 additional options beyond those. So basically what this slide is showing is all 5 of the options that don't have the retail component, and the 2 to the left, starting with option 3, are the 2 that were on the previous slide. The three that are on the right are the additional ideas that came up. Basically, those were ideas about further increasing parking and/or having more of the levels be above ground rather than basement levels, because that significantly reduces the cost per stall and the overall cost. So I didn't want to go over this in detail, and I think you received a message today with a table that had some more information, but we wanted to include it here and thought we would potentially use it as a reference during questions and discussion. So the other aspect of the recommendation has to do with public facility zoning. Both of these lots, C6 and C7 that we're talking about, have this PF zoning. For the public safety building, we're actually able to design that to meet all of the zoning constraints under the PF zoning. But essentially, the PF zoning is not suited to public parking garages, and we talked about this in the staff report, that there's things like this 35-foot height limit, lot coverage ratios that would have you only build a structure on 30% of the site, floor area ratios, and setbacks that are issues. So what we're proposing, and the staff recommendation, is that we go and essentially update the PF zoning ordinance to address these issues so that it's essentially feasible to use PF zoned parcels for building public parking garages. And so with that, this slide shows our recommendation. It's to direct staff to proceed with option 3 for the public parking garage. And as we said, that's the 522 space option that has 4 levels above and 1 level below. That option doesn't include that standalone retail building that had been included in option 1 and 2. And another part of that recommendation is to specifically work on enhancing that Birch Street frontage, particularly since we would not have the retail building there. One thing about that I wanted to note is that, as I mentioned, there's a combined budget of about $100 million for these 2 projects with our city's 1% art program. That means we're going to have about $1 million to invest in public art in these projects. That's a large budget and really gives us a chance to do something very attractive with these sites and with that frontage on the parking garage.
Mr., are you finished?
Well, just the other piece of the recommendation is just the revising the PF zoning.
Thanks. Mr. Mayor, if I just might add to Brad's good work, I do think that the supplemental set of options is worth the council looking at, and even though the staff recommendation was option 3, there are a number of different factors or variables that the council will be considering here, and I'm not putting them in any priority. There's obviously the number of parking spaces that can be provided as one factor. There's the cost of the total cost, including the price per parking space. There's the height issue. And then in one sense, there are design issues in one sense that there's the potential that lower cost per stall parking could let the same amount of money be put into even enhanced design for the building. So the ability to look at the design is an important factor. And before we move on, I know it will come up later, Brad, but I think if you could go back to the picture that has the context, it doesn't really show the concept for the, essentially, I'll call it a rampless design for the garage, but if you might hit on that for a second, it's just one of the factors that was, this is a particular kind of design that we've settled on.
Sure. So if you look at the parking garage, what you'll actually see, it's actually one half of it that we would characterize as either parked on ramp, or another way to say that would be rampless. in the sense that sometimes you have a parking garage where you have wasted space because it's just ramp and there's no parking provided there. So on this garage, the long half of it that's closer to the bottom there, where you can see the slope, that is where cars would drive up, but they will also be parking on either side of that. So it's essentially a very efficient utilization of the garage space. The other side actually is flat, so essentially what you're doing as you drive up into the garage is you're driving up a slope that you can park on, and then driving around a flat surface, and then driving up the slope to the next level, if that helps.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back to council. So before we go to the public, and do we have a bunch of public cards? I actually wanted to give council members a chance to maybe do a quick lightning round of 3 minutes each, if you would like that. Don't feel like you have to say something, but if you just want to ask questions or give comments, whatever you feel like you want to do. Last time I started with Tom, so I thought I'd start down there this time.
Great, thank you. A couple of questions. This document that was emailed to the council members this afternoon, has the public seen this? Are there copies of this available for the public? Yes, was this distributed in any fashion to people who went to the meetings? It's a lot of information and critical information. It's kind of like we just got it this afternoon.
Yeah, well, we just put it together.
Yeah, but the public needs to see it too, so.
Well, I mean, I think that it's here. I mean, in one sense, I don't mean to say that it's relatively simple. I understand that it's late, but as need be, I think to the extent the council can help articulate the differences through the conversation, that ought to allow the public, certainly who is here, to weigh in on it, and I think it'll be dependent upon what recommendation the council makes as to, how you would consider where you go from there.
Doesn't seem like it was in response to a council member question, so it's not on the city's website either.
Well, we were hearing different kinds of comments or questions, and so we thought it was really important to, one, start to draw a distinction between underground and above ground parking spaces and the cost, which in many ways is essentially designed to do this. And we just sort of populated a number of options to give you some perspective between cost, height, and above and underground parking and parking space yield.
I understand that. I'm worried about the transparency aspect of this and having it available to people. So the retail, I was very surprised when I read the staff report that the retail component was provided as a standalone separate building at 4,700 square feet. I think when this was at council before, we just talked about, perimeter, small space retail on the edge of the parking garage. So how do we get to be 4,700 square feet, separate footprint, separate building, when we were just talking about edge, small retail spaces or personal service?
Well, actually, back at the time that we brought the feasibility study to council in late 2015, even at that time, the retail was described as a standalone building of that same size, approximately 4,700 square feet.
Okay, it wasn't my recollection of that conversation, so was that the only option that was talked about?
It was the only option.
If I just might add, obviously that design feature factored into a lower number of available parking spaces in the garage itself because of that design. So that's one of the reasons the staff has identified, some of the options without that standalone feature. Now, it doesn't include any retail in that situation, but.
I understand there's a big difference, though, between the two concepts.
Thank you. Councilmember Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the report. Just a couple questions. I did want to echo Councilmember Holman first about the retail spaces. I think the thought was these were perimeter spaces. That was a little surprising. Just a few specific questions. One, and I know it's kind of down the pipe, do we have an idea of where construction vehicles will park for the construction of this garage? And if that will also result in a net decrease in spots available in the district?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Fine, I missed the beginning, the very first part of your question.
Do we have an idea of how many and where the construction vehicles for this garage will park, and whether that also results in a net decrease during the construction period, and how big is that?
We don't have an idea about how many vehicles there would be. This is something we've been discussing with the business community in CalAV repeatedly through multiple meetings. We're exploring several ideas for what to do during the project, both in terms of addressing the 148 spaces that would be missing from Lot C7 and construction parking. So ideas are parking at the Caltrain lot. We've initiated discussions with the county recently to try to talk about ways that they might be able to help us. We got actually a very good suggestion at one of the community meetings, which was that even though we wouldn't begin construction on the public safety building itself until the garage was completed, the project would be approved, and we could essentially scrape and restripe or just open up that the other lot where the public safety building will go and do some very intensive valet operations that could help.
Okay.
So there's a number of things we're looking at.
I think it would just be helpful to characterize that impact. Two other quick questions. One, will the garage be future-proofed in case we want to kind of implement future signage requirements on it or potentially charge for entry to that garage?
To charge for entry?
Yeah.
Yes, it will be.
Okay.
So the garage includes wayfinding, parking guidance systems, and we're talking about the potential of making sure it's designed to accommodate paid parking.
All right, thank you. And then I found this chart very useful. Just the one question, and maybe if staff could work on it, it'd be really nice to know the costs per stall per floor. So depending on whether it's above ground or below ground, even if we just get an idea that, above ground it's 40 and below ground it's 60, something like that. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so also thank you for your work on this report. I think it's clear that more parking is needed in CalAV. A few quick questions here. First of all, what is the square footage of the lot? Okay. I heard it was 40,500, is that right?
Correct. It's approximately 1 acre, just a little under 1 acre.
Okay, great. And has staff looked into automated parking mechanisms?
Are you referring to fully automated type parking
yeah,
systems? We haven't. I mean, we've heard about different types of fully automated parking systems a little bit. We, in doing the feasibility study, we had essentially described this as a parking garage, but we were open to getting proposals in response to our request for proposals where someone could suggest such a system. Well, likely that would be a partnership between an architect who would design the building and a provider of those sorts of technologies. We received 7 proposals, but didn't hear from anyone about that sort of innovation. And
can I just restate this just for a second? We put out the request for proposals. The request for proposals did not specifically say we really want to pursue utilizing either, I'll call them simplistic parking stacking technologies or almost sort of fully automated. Nonetheless, there would have been the opportunity for somebody to respond. So as Brad said, we did not get that. That being said, we've heard a flurry of kind of buzz and questions. We get contacted by folks as it relates to this. And I do think we're in a little bit of a position for our architect and our engineering firm to be able to comment on some of the implications of that more tonight, if need be.
Okay. Do you want to comment on it?
Mr. Mayor, is this the time you would want us to get into that level of detail?
I'm fine. You have 44 seconds left, so I'm happy to have him do that. So if that's how you want to spend the time, because you'll have another chance later to ask a question.
Yeah. Well, why don't you say something summary? We probably need to get into more detail about it later.
Yeah, I mean, so we have had discussions with our design team about how applicable those sorts of garages is to our situation here. So a couple of factors. Basically, what we've heard and discussed is that it's very unlikely for those sorts of systems to pencil out essentially in areas where you've got enough space and kind of a standard parcel size where a traditional parking garage works. And then one other thing that we have looked into a little is we've seen a proposal for a fully automated garage for, specifically for this lot actually, that suggested a throughput of about 300 cars entering or exiting per hour. With the single entry that we plan and this type of garage design, it accommodates about 800 entry and exits per hour. So that's kind of another factor that for this sort of use in the Cal Ave area where there's a lot of retail use and in particular during lunch and dinner time hours, that seemed like potentially a problem.
Okay. Councilmember Philseth?
I'd be interested in hearing a little more about that too, right? In particular, it's sort of, how much greater density of spaces does it get you and so forth if you do something like that. As I sort of like, back of envelope this, I mean, the thing that struck me is it actually looks to me like the scale of the parking crunch in the Cal Ave area. I mean, it seems like it's about 300 cars, right? And by that, I mean, it looks to me like that's roughly the number that the RPP is going to displace out of the neighborhoods, right? And they're going to need somewhere to go, and that's, a lot of that's people that park all day, and they're not sort of going in and out of retail and so forth, right? But the thing that struck me is, all these options, with the exception of number one, basically produce an increase of 200 or 300 spots, right? And of those, it's probably a little bit less than that, because some of the people that are going to get displaced are like Stanford people, right? And people that park in the neighborhoods and drive Caltrain to their job in San Francisco and stuff like that. So I think that what I thought was great was, yeah, it looks like the sweet spot. It looks like we could actually fix the whole problem with one garage, right? Which I think would be like a really good thing, right? I mean, I think, we're sort of, in other parts of the city, we're sort of grappling with, we got to do some of this and some of that, and we could actually do the whole thing, and all these options would do it. And at that point, it sort of boils down, I thought, to, well, how high is it going to be versus the cost of putting more underground and so forth, and we're going to end up sort of trying to trade off that kind of stuff, because, I would love to have it be, all underground and, doesn't tower over the stuff on California Avenue. It doesn't cost very much, and it accommodates a huge number of cars. And if we could just have that, right? Okay. So, but anyway, so I was going to say, I think the trade-off is going to come down to, what's our tolerance for putting yet more, because most of that area is, Cal Ave is not even 35 feet, right? And yes, we have a couple of buildings nearby, the courthouse building and the police building, so forth. But I think people are going to scratch their head on those. So I think that's kind of the trade-off. And if some of the same mechanisms like Councilmember Tanaka is suggesting can sort of, help us navigate through that, I think it's worth looking at. And so I'd be curious what the answer is.
Councilmember Niss?
No, they're answering Eric's question.
I'm done. Unless they're sort of, I'd love to hear an estimate of how much more dense it is if you do it.
Michelle, could we perhaps have you come to the podium and maybe answer some questions about fully automated parking?
Sure. Hi, Michelle Wendler with Watch Redesign. Do you want me to jump in, or is there a specific question?
I think the specific question was about the density that can be achieved relative to traditional garages.
So with fully automated parking, so this is a fully robotic system as opposed to lifts, which you may have seen on other projects. Fully automated system, you can fit more parking spaces within a similar volume. That doesn't necessarily mean that it costs less overall per parking space. So each project being different, you have to build the housing for it and then build put the system inside that, and then maintain the system over the life of the parking structure. So looking at each project, we haven't studied it for this project, but we've studied it for other projects and comparing. And this site's actually a very good site for building parking on in a conventional way, because you're able to fit the parked on ramp that Brad was addressing earlier and fit that within the regular geometry of parking. So we're actually meeting a very good efficiency in that particular case. a lot of times when we study that, we're studying it in cases where we're not able to achieve that in parking.
So do you get like twice as many stalls or 30% more?
In the same volume, it's not twice as many. It depends on the system.
Okay.
And it depends, one of the critical factors is how many of the, I call them portals, everyone's got a different name, but where you pull in and leave your car and walk away, how many of those you need to deal with the turnover of the spaces. And so in this case, being retail parking for a big portion of that, it'd be higher turnover, you need a lot of those. So depending on how many that you need to accommodate that, that might take up a big portion of say the ground floor.
Right.
So it varies on how many stalls you can.
So more than 10%, more or less than twice as much?
It's not twice as much. It's maybe, I haven't seen any of the proposals that someone's tried to draw for this particular site. So it does depend on its geometry. So I'm not sure I could answer that specifically.
Okay. And you think most of it's going to be retail? Because I'm sort of assuming that most of the people, it's going to suck up the cars that go out of the neighborhoods with the RPP in place, right? And I think my sense is most of those are there for all day.
Well, what I would say is, and we don't have a good parking study for the Cal Ave area in the way that we do now for downtown, but just anecdotally and from what I and others have seen, even before the RPP has become effective, if you go there like during the lunch hour, there is effectively no parking.
If I just might.
Either downtown, either there or in the neighborhood surrounding it.
I mean, if we just go to your point again, I think the math that you had done on your comments earlier are accurate about the employee parking needs. Again, we have about 250 people on the waiting list for parking permits right now. So let's even just assume 250 and 300 of them are in the garage. I mean, clearly, we're going to put those parking spaces on the top part of a garage because they're going to be there all day, and we're going to want the lower levels, obviously, for the turnaround folks.
Councilmember Niss.
So I guess, Brad, I'd have to say, frankly, I'm disappointed. Although I haven't studied it for a long time, I've spent some time over the past week really looking at the mechanical parking. And I don't think the answers we're getting tonight are really good answers. So I'm somewhat puzzled by this. There has to be some answer out there as to how many more cars you can get in a mechanized garage. And it's really puzzling to me. So I think you've gone so far on this, there's not much you can do, but it just amazes me that on page 4, it just says it was not considered for this garage. And I'm kind of at a loss when that very much deals with limited space. We have limited space in that area, and we're seeing that California Avenue is really ramped up a great deal. You cannot find parking there. I tried to find it just the other day. So tell us again once more why we didn't look at mechanical parking.
We did a feasibility study that looked at these sites and made recommendations about the type of parking we could fit. I think at that time we did have some preliminary discussions about mechanical parking systems, and it frankly wasn't recommended. I mean, I would say...
By who is it not recommended by? The feasibility study?
Our consultants working on the feasibility study. We had also not heard of, we were not aware of successful examples of these garages. I think there's still concerns out there about them. I mean, I've heard, for instance, the one example that we do know about, the West Hollywood garage, we've heard has a 10-minute wait time to retrieve your car. That seems potentially problematic. Another aspect of these, and I agree we haven't done a full...
Brad, I don't mean to interrupt, but is that hearsay, the 10-minute wait time?
No, that's a Wired article that's available online and then they actually did the test.
At any time of the day or night, it's 10 minutes?
It's quite a slow process to get the car out of the garage.
That's not to say that any such system is that way. The one other aspect I did, well, go ahead, Jim.
No, go ahead and do your thing here. I was gonna say
The one
something.
other aspect I did want to bring up is a typical parking garage, once it's built, is a low-maintenance facility with very low operating costs. Here in this type of system, suddenly you're talking about potentially 12 elevators and hundreds of spaces where every single space is a piece
But
of mechanical
bottom line, we don't
equipment.
have any cost figures, right?
That's true.
That's right.
Councilmember Walbach.
I do have a couple of questions, but I did just want to say that I think staff's put a lot of work into this, and if there was a strong push to make this a fully automatic garage, that push should have come from this council much sooner. So for those members of this council and the community who are raising this at this point in the process, I certainly wish that they had offered those suggestions and that energy earlier if that was something they wanted to explore in greater depth. I think it's a little bit late in the game for this parking garage to fully change course. As staff mentioned, there was an RFP and no automated garage proposals came back. As we heard the consultant say, this is a site where traditional parking is actually quite feasible. And we also understand that there is a time delay and convenience issue, and there's also a cost. Even if we don't have the exact numbers, this isn't, a standard, easy thing to say, oh, this is, we should have, of course, done automated. So I just wanted to defend staff and the consultant a little bit on this. I think they've been doing good work with the direction that they've gotten from this council. So again, if anyone has blame to place for us not having explored mechanical earlier on, much earlier in this process, that blame lies up here with the 9 of us, not with the staff or the consultant. And so now that I've wasted half my time with that, a couple questions, so I'll try to be brief with them. Just wanted to double check that the number of spaces that the RPP removes was 230 or 200, what was it? Sorry,
That
removes
it's kind of
from-
a hard number to define. So the number that I was referencing was about 240, and that's kind of looking at the total inventory minus the overnight parking. And if you assume that the overnight parking is also there in the day and that there are 250 permits, 240 is roughly the difference.
Okay, and the number of spaces on the lot right now is 322? Or 310, sorry. Thank you for correcting me. Okay, so we're looking at about, okay, so this parking garage would need to be, 550 to just match what we're losing from the existing parking lot and the RPP. So as we're talking about numbers, let's remember that, 550 is kind of the minimum. Also wanted to ask about spaces, particularly in covered areas, for people who are biking either a scooter, motorcycle, or regular bicycle, where a very small space is possible, but being covered is ideal. So you can change out of your riding gear, whether again bicycle or motorbike. I think a lot more people are trying to ride forms of transportation that don't take as much parking space, and I was wondering how that has been incorporated or could be incorporated into this parking garage, especially in corners where it wouldn't be feasible to fit a car, but we could demarcate it for some form of two-wheeled transportation.
That's a good point. Level 1 will have motorcycle and bicycle parking.
Great, thanks.
Councilmember Koo.
So first I want to support what Councilmember Walbach had said. Thank you very much for the great job that you've done. And, I read in the staff report that mechanical and lifts in a garage of this kind, which is supposed to be more or less community serving, which means for lunch hour, for retail users, as well as for people who are in the community serving business, this is the purpose why lifts and mechanical doesn't work, because it does take a certain length of time to get it up and down. From there, so thank you for that. Also, I wanted to also ask, can you give me a ballpark of how you're getting the funding for this garage? Where is the money coming from? I'm really kind of curious. I know there's that 100,000, but where is the 100,000 coming from? And then where's the 50,000 that you're estimating? Huh? A million. Million.
If only.
Millions. Thanks.
Sure. So the funding for this garage is coming primarily from certificates of participation that will be issued to be repaid by revenues from the city's hotel tax or transient occupancy tax. And essentially, the council in 2014 adopted what they called the 2014 Council Infrastructure Plan that provided funding for 9 different projects, and these are essentially 2 of them. So they're the public safety building, downtown and California Avenue parking garages, replacement of 2 old fire stations, Charleston and Rostradero corridor, the bike pedestrian plan, and Bixby Park completion, I think, are the 9. And the Highway 101 bike pedestrian bridge.
So if the increase for this garage obviously is going to take more money, is it going to take away from other projects that are in our infrastructure plan?
So what I would say is that big picture, we have a funding shortfall. And when we look at our current cost estimates and the recommendations that we're making on this project and also the downtown parking garage that's coming to you next week, if you take that as a whole, we think we're short about $10 to $15 million on a total of about $180 million in projects.
Let me just restate it, just so we're clear. In the couple of years since the council adopted the infrastructure plan for these 9 projects, we have already updated the funding needs and put $30 million in contingency and have added that into the pro forma that's basically, in a sense, been shared with council and really essentially adopted or approved by council. That being said, as we have updated the cost estimates on these projects this year, even despite that $30 million contingency that had been added to the whole thing, we look to be $10 to $15 million short, not on just these projects, but how we spread them around, which is why money is a factor in the decisions that we make and why time is money also, obviously, unless we hit some major recession or something.
I typically don't let people as that everyone would want it, so, but we'll have time afterwards. Councilmember Du Bois.
So, good transition. I wanted to talk about money. I have 6 questions, so I'm going to rattle the questions off and see how many we can get through, if you could give short answers.
Lightning round.
Yeah. So it looked like cost, escalation, contingency, other costs were about 35% over the base. I want to know if those are just plug-ins or if they're actually detailed estimates. Second question is, how are hard and soft costs determined, kind of related? If you could just jot these down, maybe. 3, do you have any metrics for what other cities have recently spent on garages, maybe on a per spot? Are there any residential buildings near this garage? Is the height listed, the height to the top of the elevator shaft? And why did we lose the 12 spots at the police building?
I'll try to answer as many of those as I jotted down, and then maybe you can remind me the ones I missed. So in the cost estimates, the hard costs for construction are based on prices per stall for either above ground or different levels, with the basement levels getting progressively more and more expensive the deeper you go. Those figures are based on our consultants who are helping with these projects and who work on projects all over the Bay Area and on public and private projects that they've seen costs for recently. On the soft costs, let's see. There's escalation, which is 6% this year and 4% next year, so that's where that 10% comes from. There's construction contract contingency, which is 10%, which is a standard thing we include pretty much on all projects. And for the soft costs that you're seeing, something like $3.8 million there, part of those are costs for our design consultants who are already under contract. Part of it is estimates for future work we'll need, like construction administration, construction management, building permit fees, things like that.
First question is it a plug-in number on the
It's
Is there a
The
residential
cost
building?
per stall is a plug-in number.
Okay.
And there's multifamily residential located near the site, kind of just to the east and behind the Visa 385 Sherman building.
So this is a birch court.
The heights that we provided are to the top of the railing on the top level and don't include elevator shafts. And one of the questions was, are we comparing to other cities? And we're doing that by means of the expertise of our consultants and using figures from recent projects that they've seen.
The last question. 12 spots at the police building?
The 12 spots from the police building, we needed to relocate the entry to the below-grade garage for the police building. And then there were also needs for parking other police vehicles on that site that there would not be space for, as well as some stormwater treatment needs. So
If I just might add, I mean, a lot of these things still are planning numbers, and since we're dealing with, you know, large budgets, there's no doubt in my mind that we may not be value engineering some of the projects as we get into more detail to match dollars with what the program is. Thanks.
Okay, a couple of things. A couple of things I wanted to say. First of all, I think it's a really exciting project. It's rare that we get to sit up here and possibly, as Councilmember Philseth said, actually solve a problem that bedevils a neighborhood. So I think this is a great opportunity, and I'm going to agree with Councilmember Walbach as well, that 550 is the minimum and probably doesn't solve it. So I think we need to be at, 600, 636. So I sort of come out on the 636. Where we need to, in my view, think about this a little bit is the different costs. So if you have it in your mind that for every level we go up, it's $4 million. The first level we go down is $6 million. The second level we go down is $8 million. So in looking at, for instance, option 3B, which would be one level below, 5 levels above, versus option 3A, which is 2 levels below, 4 levels above, the difference is 32 feet versus 43 feet. You're talking about 10 feet going up. Is that 10 feet worth? Is it worth it to be 10 feet lower for $4 million? I think that's one of the policy questions we need to grapple with tonight. In thinking about that, I note that we have a 65-foot building for the courthouse. We have a 50-foot police building. We have the Visa building at 45 feet. And the reason we'd have the 35-foot on part of the site in the zoning is because of the multifamily. But that multifamily agreed to the Visa building without appealing it to ARB, which is 45 feet. So I take that group of multifamily simply doesn't care about the fact that it's 45 feet since they didn't appeal it, they didn't come to council and complain, and the Visa building actually never came to council, which I take also, frankly, is that there wasn't a lot of opposition to it being 45 feet there on the height limit. So I personally don't have a problem with going to the 43 feet. Now, a number of you might, and I think it's important, if possible, to get some sort of consensus. If possible, it may not be possible, but I think that's one of the things that I think we should discuss. The other thing is on the retail, I actually was a huge proponent of putting retail along there. My concern with the retail is I'm not willing to lose 84 spots, frankly, to do 4,700 square feet of retail. But that's, again, is a policy choice. And I think that's one of the things I think we need to discuss as a council is how do we feel about that. So for me, those are the two big policy choices that we need to make here. For me, I think going 54 feet, frankly, which would be 6 levels, I think that's too high, and I personally don't think we should go there, even though that is where you actually save the most money. So if I had, I'll stop there then. All right, now let's go to the public, and if we could put up the speakers. And how many speakers do we have? 20. And we usually get a few more as we go. So I'm going to give everyone 2 minutes.
And our first speaker is Scott Gable.
That's 4.
Yeah, great.
Hi, good evening. I'm Scott Gable. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called City Lift Parking. I appreciated the conversation on automated parking, and whether you decide to continue to do a conventional garage on this location or you want to do something in automated, I really would encourage you to consider it in a more detail to make sure that some of the facts are brought to bear. So just some key things that we notice regularly in many of the projects that we work on. The space savings are real. 40% minimum, and sometimes much more in terms of the amount of space which can be reused, whether that be for more parking or for more automated or for other uses. Cost-wise, we're typically finding we come in about a third less in terms of the investment cost. Adaptive reuse. None of us know what the parking demand is going to be like in 10 or 20 years. Building a structure with ramps is a difficult structure to reuse. If you don't need the parking and it's automated, you unbolt it and you move it out and you create more space and you can reuse that space for another purpose. In addition, there's an environmental angle to this. The construction on these is usually done with steel as opposed to cement floors, and we typically find there's about a 75% savings on the construction and the greenhouse gas emissions associated with those. And these are systems that are highly configurable. There was a lot of discussion today specifically about throughput. And I agree there are a lot of systems out there where it probably doesn't make sense because of the throughput. There are some systems out there. One of them we have, and I've highlighted on page 8 that we handled out to all of you, is what's called the puzzle lift system. In the interest of time, we're not going to probably have time to show you a video of how that works, but suffice it to say, when we've done a quick back of the envelope, we can get an over 100% turnover for a garage in a 1-hour period of time. So that's a doable number. It's just a matter of how you structure the garage. So I would, just in summary, just encourage you to keep pushing and looking at this issue. I think it's an interesting one that's been around the world for 25 years. And its time has probably come here in the U.S., given where land costs and constraints are with land. And I certainly encourage all of you here to at least consider it, whether it's on this project or future projects. Thank you.
Jessica Roth to be followed by Mike Meffert.
Thank you all for your time tonight. My name is Jessica Roth. I'm a Palo resident, and I own the cobblery on California Avenue. I wrote this before I knew that there were a couple other options that the staff was going to propose, so some of it might not be as relevant, but I'm going to read it anyways. We have experienced huge growing pains over the last 15 years. We as merchants have been asking for more parking over a decade. I have customers that no longer want to come down to our street because of the lack of parking. Over the past 4 days, a few of us have put together a petition asking our employees, customers, and neighbors their thoughts on parking. I've emailed you a copy and urged you to take a look at the comments. We collected over 270 signatures and got many more given a bit more time. I think we are all in agreement that this is a problem. With the parking we'll be losing from the public safety building lot, along with the underparked new Visa building, staff's proposed garage, their first option 3 is not enough parking. We need to maximize the parking now unless you're ready to commit to another garage in the area in the near future. At the outreach meeting with the merchants, it was a huge majority favor of combining options 2 and 3, going 2 levels down and 3 levels up. Parking is my priority. However, if your minds are already set to choose one of the 3 options proposed by staff, that's what I'm talking about. It's not being kind of anymore. I would have urged you to choose 2 that maximized parking and added a little bit of retail. Retail is always good for downtown areas and neighborhoods. I wanted to also address the lack of parking during construction. We need to get creative with parking during this time. I know that Councilmember Tanaka has had some good ideas, and I think that we should all keep brainstorming and really try to minimize the impact of the parking problems during this build. I wanted, just really quick, we shouldn't be replacing the parking that we're losing in the Evergreen Park area with this garage. We should be adding parking in California Avenue District.
Thank you. Mike Meffert, to be followed by Jennifer Allen.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. My name is Mike Meffert, and I've been in commercial real estate in Palo Alto for the past 15 years and also own a building in California Avenue. And for about that 15 years' time, I, as a realtor, real estate agent, have seen tenants go away and not lease space in the California Avenue district for lack of parking. It's I think, common knowledge that it's very hard to find parking, especially at the lunch hour, and that's a big deterrent for not only the merchants, but other owners as well. One thing I would emphasize, you'll probably hear it throughout, is that we need to increase the capacity to the maximum capacity. Whether you build down, whether you build up, or introduce technology to do it in different ways. It's the capacity of parking spaces that we're looking for, not for retail, not for nice arcades, although those are all good things to have, but when you make trade-off decisions and money is scarce, parking trumps. That's the most important. Looking at the demand, it's like being a quarterback. You can't throw the ball to where your receiver is currently standing. You have to anticipate and throw it where the receiver is going to. In the same manner, we're looking to build supply for a future demand. And we've talked a little bit here about the RPP program. What the slides don't really recognize is not net added, it's net added after RPP. So if you take away 200 or 250, whatever the number is, some of these are negative additions. They're negative, not additions. And certainly during construction, you're double negative. So you need to consider that when you're taking into consideration the cost benefit. What is the net, not just the net? The other thing I'd like to add, and I'll close, is you're taking away a lot. A lot is convenient, a garage is not so convenient. So you should be increasing capacity also to take into account the lack of convenience. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Allen, to be followed by Lori Villarreal.
Hello, thanks for having us here tonight. I'm Jennifer Allen. My husband, Mike Maston, and I own Pip Printing. We've been a part of the Palo Alto community for 44 years. And we're very grateful for how the community has embraced us up until recently. We feel that our business and all businesses used to be valued and wanted by the city and its residences. We, along with many others here tonight, provide essential services and goods to the residents of Palo Alto. And now I sense an atmosphere that is unfriendly towards the success of our small businesses. It's essential that with a new mandate, such as the Evergreen RPP and the new proposed parking structure, is considered, that an encompassing and compromising plan is put forth so that all affected are taken into consideration. We business owners have been given slight consideration as to how the lack of parking affects us and ultimately our community when we businesses leave, because we will leave. Sorry, I lost my place. In one meeting, we were told by the Chief Transportation Officer that there's no comprehensive plan for future parking, yet the Evergreen RPP was rolled out and the recommended garage proposal does not maximize parking space to ensure a thriving business community. As others have pointed out, the RPP negates all those big numbers that are up there. We need to think about the future, not just the next few years, not just getting this parking garage built, but what's going to happen 5, 10 years from now. If we take care of this now, you'll keep businesses. I've been looking at moving out of the city, and I don't want to do that. But the lack of parking is a huge hardship on my employees and my customers. So we are going to probably leave. Please consider that the RPP be postponed until the new garage is built. And can we look beyond and maximize the number of spaces? Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Villarreal, to be followed by Hamilton Hitchings.
Hi, I am
currently an owner of 2 businesses on the corner of California Avenue and Birch. I've been there 12 years, and like Jessica was saying, we've seen some growing pains. I think my biggest concern is obviously we need the maximized stalls installed, and the time, like how long you want the customers to stay. Right, currently most of our lots are 2 hours. I know we do have a couple garages that are 3. And I'm constantly having customers run out and move their cars and come back, and it's a huge inconvenience for 2 hours. I know that, I think what was said earlier was, potentially pay structure if they can stay longer. I'm not sure if that's a consideration. I think listening to everybody and listening to all you guys, I feel like California Avenue is I feel like we need to maybe go back and say, what's the vision of California Avenue? I'm not sure if maybe it just got lost in the way of the growing pains, but is it a destination that we want it to be, or is it we're just trying to figure it out as we go along? Are we trying to change the wheel as the car is going? So my concern is, what's the vision, and what do we want businesses to, what do you guys want our expectations to be as a business owner, and what should we tell our customers? Thank you.
Thank you. Hamilton Hitchings, be followed by Jack Morton.
Thank you for deliberating on this important project. Tonight's comments are my own as a resident. Finding parking at lunchtime in California is a problem, which makes it harder for local restaurants and retail to survive and thrive. In addition, the 250 parking permits already being allocated to local neighborhoods, and there is pressure by local merchants and companies to increase that number further in the future. There is clearly a need for substantially more parking than is currently available. Many office and retail workers already park all day in local neighborhoods. Palo Alto is one of the few cities in the Bay Area that allows this. Building more parking spaces could potentially reduce the number of parking permits in adjacent neighborhoods, or at very least, not increase them in the long run. In terms of mechanical systems, they fail, and then you have your garage offline or part of your garage offline. They take a lot of money to support, and are you willing to spend $50 million on a garage? Because if you get more spots and they're not cheaper, it could be a $40 or $50 million garage. So I am personally not ready. I do not support a mechanical garage at this time. I do support choosing an option that holds as much parking as possible while taking into account the height. So my first choice would be 3A, then 3B, then 3. I really prefer a 36-foot height, but I would understand a 47-foot height given the finances and the other things, but I do think I would like to see us go 2 levels underground if possible. Thus, a larger garage is better for residents, local merchants, and office workers. Let's think long-term and do right by selecting an option that address our long-term parking needs, so we don't need to build another garage later or stuff our local neighborhoods with employees' cars. Thank you.
Jack Morton, to be followed by Laura Eckwell.
Good evening, council members. At the risk of sounding like a repetition of everything that's been said, first of all, let me thank staff. We had a capacity meeting at Cal Avenue. So, as you've all figured out, even before the RPP goes into effect, there are 250 people on the waiting list. When the RPP goes into effect, we lose another at least 250 spots available to patrons and employees. Visa has moved in, it's under park. Construction is underway on park for another multi-story single-tenant building. California Avenue is Zone TD. It's zoned for density. Police building will bring more demand from families, et cetera, than the 12 spaces allocated. There's only one solution: defer the RPP until the garage is completed, adopt option 3A unless you're willing to go to the 57-foot. The community, the businesses, the patrons, visitors, all support this solution. And then if you're thinking about this crazy idea of mechanical parking, ask yourself, would your mother yield her car to a robotic parker and then stand there for not 10 minutes, 20 minutes while it's parked, and then when she comes back? And would she ever come back to Cal Ave again if she had one such experience? The idea is idiotic, and it's not worth the cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Eckwell, to be followed by Philip Lehotte.
Hi, my name is Laura, and for those of you I haven't met, I own a business on California Avenue, and I've been there for 20 years. Councilmember Holman, no, to my knowledge, none of us received this information in advance, or perhaps we would have modified our talking points. I'd like to thank Brad and Mr. Ross and the staffers for their presentation recently. I've been to a lot of them, and it was well organized, pleasant, and productive. However, when we left, I kind of had this hope or sense that we were leaving for maximizing parking was going to happen. So when the 522 came out, I think all of us in attendance were a little bit surprised. As a business owner, we listen to so many people complain and talk about our severe lack of adequate parking. I cannot count the number of dinner guests who tell us they just won't come to Cal Ave lunch anymore. So please read the comments on the petition that we've started. And sadly and respectfully, people we've engaged, residents, taxpayers, and employees, aside from those of us who had the time and energy to show up tonight, not many of them had something positive or respectful to say about City Council. And I think that that's sad. I'm here, and I've talked many times to City Council, and I very much respect the process that we all go through. However, a lot of them don't think that attending a City Council meeting is going to make a difference. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, it will. And so I read something recently about your group making reasonable end times to this meeting, to these meetings. Go for it, dude. I know that none of us want to be here at 11:30 at night. I think it was great. However, maybe you could consider rebranding City Council as you move forward. And it's an opportunity, maybe. Palo Alto is a major tech anchor, and I propose that your website have a video forum for people to submit 60-second comments. Maybe you don't want to hear more than that from us. And they wouldn't have to drive and park to get here, right? And you would all be able to view those same clips maybe in your pajamas at home, or I don't know, but everyone could have the same information coming in. And I actually think at that point you would actually have a more accurate sampling of your community, because too often when I come in and I take the night off to come in and speak to you all, I do feel like maybe I'm not going to be heard and it's going to be the usual suspects. So perhaps moving forward, you will consider this, and I do think that you would have been bombarded with people asking for not just more parking, but maximized parking. And props to you on your game faces. You guys sit through a lot. Good job.
Philip Lehotte, to be followed by Israel Rind.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Philippe Lehaut, and I think I have the distinct privilege of having been owner-manager of real estate in California Avenue for the last 38 years. I think I started in '79. In those days, that area had enough parking. It was comfortable for customers to come to our cafes, restaurants, and it was very busy during lunchtime because all the people from Stanford Research Park would come. And today, I hate to tell you, today it's quite the opposite. The people in Stanford Research Park can't come because they'd waste at least 20 minutes trying to find a spot, and they don't have that much time to waste for lunch at that point. So some of the restaurants which used to pack 50 people at lunchtime very easily are now lucky to get 20. Okay, I know several examples. I manage the real estate for at least 3 restaurants, okay? So I would say there has not been a long-term view of the needs of the district, the parking needs, of course. You've heard from other people who explain that to you, I'm sure. So I'm the guy with the white hair here, and you're kids, okay? I would admonish you to take your time and build something much bigger, much better, and blow the money, go 67 feet or even higher if needed, because you're going to put a police building there, which is going to attract a lot more people, and you're taking away, you should really, at this point now, if you were planning ahead of time, you would have to put not one, but two parking buildings. Look at what's happening. Look at the buildings which are, there are a lot of old buildings which are going to disappear in California Avenue and go up 3 floors, if not more. So I'm asking you, be smart, look at long term, and if it takes more money, find more ways of financing it, but do it right. Take your time. It doesn't matter if you're going to, at this point, if you're going to take 6 months, a year, or 2 years more. Frankly, you're looking at your children and grandchildren, because the district right now is being strangled by the parking problem. I don't have to tell you that. You heard from. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Israel Rind, to be followed by Michael Eckwell.
Good evening. My name is Israel Rind. I've owned Izzy's Brooklyn Bagels since 1996. And just like everybody else, I'd like to ask you to maximize the parking in our neighborhood. Our businesses will not be sustainable if that's not done. We all depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael Eckwell, to be followed by Judy Kleinberg.
Good evening. First off, I'd just like to say, reiterate that the city staff and Mr. Ross did a great job with their presentation on 2 occasions where we met with California Avenue. So that being said, and I assume that everybody here read the short letter that the California Avenue Business Community Center Way. So hopefully I won't go too far with my comments tonight, and I won't retread what everybody else has said, but we do appreciate this opportunity and promise for additional parking in our district. It really is critical, and it's something that we have actually been requesting for many years, and we do hear this every day from our customers about the parking issue and shortage. So for our businesses to remain sustainable, we do need parking for not only our guests and customers, but for our employees as well. At the same time, we do need to recognize that our neighbors, whether they're Evergreen Park, College Terrace, or other parts of Palo Alto, do have concerns with employee parking. So several of us in the community have gotten together. Obviously, some people can't come out tonight because they're busy working, but we do recognize that this probably is a one-time opportunity to maximize the parking in California Avenue. Adding unnecessary, what we believe is unnecessary retail component doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. And currently, just to be accurate, there are 250 or so people just on the waiting list for California Avenue permits. That has nothing to do with Evergreen Park. So to add 250 really would be a minimum and a break even for us. So do consider that, and also consider that there are over 3,000 employees in the California Avenue Business District. Thank you. Sorry, I went over time.
Thank you. Judy Kleinberg, to be followed by Stephanie Munoz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council people. I'm going to make 4 points. I'm going to talk about retail versus employee parking, the purpose of the garage, the money for the garage, and a vision. So it is not true that this garage was supposed to just be for retail. This garage was supposed to be for employees as well as retail. The merchants have said that a garage needs to be for both workers, and you've just heard the statistic that there's over 3,000 at least identifiable employees in that district. If there is not enough parking for those employees, that's why we have a problem in the neighborhoods. We have to solve that. They absolutely need the largest garage that you can possibly authorize. The purpose of the garage. It was supposed to be for retail before the RPP, but that would displace employees from street parking when there aren't enough permits. You've heard about the 3,000 employees. Let me also just divert for one moment to another point about retail, which is that the merchants know what business works in their district. they have said virtually unanimously, don't put a retail unit there. It's illogical, it's ill-placed, it won't work. Please don't waste the space on parking, on a retail that could be spent on parking. The TOT money. Now, there seems to be some misunderstanding about what the TOT money was going to go for. Originally, when that was passed as a general tax, the conversation, very public conversation, was that that TOT money would be spent on 2 garages and a public safety building. Now, somehow, new councils have added 8 more infrastructure projects. But quite frankly, I hear from chamber seniors who have been around a long time that that was an understanding that that's how the money would be spent if the business community wouldn't fight that tax. I've been told by people who were here and who voted for it at the time that that's really the case. Finally, the vision. Let me just say 2 sentences about the vision and probably try to zero in on the TOT money. I don't think anybody here, including myself, knows much about mechanical parking. However, it is done all over the world. If we are innovative and we are the entrepreneurial innovation center of the globe, why wouldn't we have the vision? Why wouldn't we be doing something entrepreneurial and build a garage of the 21st century, not a conventional 20th century garage? Let's take the time to work with the community and the designers. It's not too late to be innovative. Thanks.
Stephanie Munoz, to be followed by Terry Holtzimer.
Good evening again. I recognize that I don't know anything that you don't know. So I'm hoping only to bring up some points that you can note down and ask yourselves about. And you don't need to be me to be an advocate for some point of view. But the first thing I'd like you to remember is that there is such a thing as enough. It seems to me that if you're planning to add destinations which will make it necessary for more cars to come in, that is counterproductive. So the remark that Councilmember Holman made at the beginning, where did all this extra retail come from, is worth pondering. But there was one thing about the perimeter parking. Back some years ago, we had a commissioner named Kotz, and his thought was we needed perimeter parking, but not perimeter parking, but perimeter retail on a parking garage to make it more interesting, which is worth thinking about. The other things to think about are you could have a shuttle, for instance, from Stanford to go all around to all these restaurants. It would be an economy. That you could have, that some years ago, we were actually thinking of penalizing employers who provided parking for their employees, because that was keeping them from taking public transportation. If you have an earthquake, this building, you need to think about earthquakes and emergencies. Personally, I don't believe we're ever going to have an earthquake. But you can't afford to think that way. It is your responsibility to assume that there will be an earthquake. And where are you going to keep the stuff? You're going to keep it in this parking garage. It's going to be the newest building that you'll have to put all the refugees in. There are some things, maybe I'll write you a letter. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Terry Holtzimer, to be followed by Bob Moss.
Good evening, council members. As many of you well know, I live in this neighborhood every day, and it is my neighborhood, and I value it very much. Palo Alto is one of these unique communities that I love dearly, and even though I'm a transplant from Ohio, I've lived here for over 20 years, and I'm a strong believer in the ideals that Palo Alto stands for. I wholeheartedly support the idea of a new garage on lot C7. I think it is needed and it will be an added feature to our neighborhood. But as residents, I have 2 major concerns. My first concern is over how this parking in this garage will be used. I don't believe there has been a real community or neighborhood discussion about how much parking is really needed in this neighborhood. Related to this is the true understanding of how additional traffic and congestion will be affected in my neighborhood. I'm very concerned of how the different streets around the parking garage will add extra traffic, not only to Park Boulevard, because a lot of that traffic will end up on Park, but a lot of it will be focused on Sherman and Sheridan, which are really small neighborhood streets. They're not meant for huge amounts of traffic, which they will be facing. In addition, the second point I want to make is that in addition, I think I'm very concerned about the garage massiveness and the need for maybe exceeding the 50-foot height limit. One of the things that I think makes Palo Alto so unique is its consistent desire to maintain the 50-foot height limit. It's part of the reason why I decided to come to Palo Alto. I do think that granted, the costs are going to be higher if the city decides to go deeper. But ultimately, if the city does go deeper, it's a benefit to the future of our city. One more final thing I'd like to say, and that is you only need to look at our neighborhood city to the south and look at San Antonio Road and see what the city of Mountain View has done. If you look closely at what they've done there in the San Antonio Shopping Center, I hope that we will never become that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bob Moss to be followed by Christian Hansen.
Thank you, Mayor Sharp and council members. First, I'd like to make a little suggestion. We have a comprehensive plan on the zoning ordinance. Please try to follow them. Saying that options 3B, 3C, and 3D, which far exceed the height limit, are acceptable, is not the way you should be doing things. This community has been very carefully developed within existing standards. If you don't follow the standards, you have wild card zoning and nobody knows what's going to be built next to them. That's not the way you want to have a city operate. Now, of the options that are presented, I think option 3 is the best. And one of the things I want to caution you on is in options 1, 2, and 3A, with a 2-level underground garage, it is possible that that second level will be penetrating the contaminated aquifer that flows from the research park down towards Alma Street. Now, we've had 4 years of drought, so the amount of the water in the aquifer and the level is not normal. But this year, we've had far more than usual rain. If we have another 3 or 4 years of 150 to 200% of normal rain, that aquifer is going to flow closer and closer to Sherman, and underground structures may penetrate it. And we do have a contamination problem with the groundwater from the research park flowing towards Alma. So I just caution you on that. Finally, on the height being 36 feet 4 inches, a foot and a third more than is allowed, my understanding, looking at page 66 of the staff report, is that extra height is caused by railings. And you can consider that to be an accessory structure, not a living structure. For example, elevator shafts are allowed to be more than 50 feet. The elevator shaft for the JCC is almost 60 feet. So if the railing is an accessory structure, I think it can exceed the 35 feet.
Thank you. Christian Hansen to be followed by Nielsen Buchanan.
Good evening, council members, Mayor. I have ownership interest, and the group I work with, we manage several properties in the neighborhood. One of the properties is adjacent to this new parking structure, and I just want to talk about briefly 3 things that haven't been touched on tonight. Our employees are in agreement that we need parking. Parking's an issue. The waiting list is for these employers is way too long. We would be in favor of 3A. Like Councilmember Phillips said, I think it's important to just remember you want the building to fit. So if you go too high up, we're just concerned that it won't fit in the neighborhood. So that's why to go down would definitely help that. The three things that I want to discuss is, one is if you drive down Jacaranda Lane, you'll notice there's a bunch of dumpsters and grease traps and other unsightly kind of debris canisters. And we have a unique opportunity to hide some of those and maybe incorporate them in this new parking structure. So I just urge the council to look at that and maybe cleaning up that back lane as it becomes more of a thoroughfare for pedestrians, to try to get those dumpsters and grease traps hidden in the structure. Second is, you have a full city block of a building. It'd be nice. I didn't see any greenery on the plan. It'd be nice. A lot of those buildings along Cala Ave and Jacaranda look directly into this, what's now going to be a huge building, and it'd be nice to at least see some vines. I know other parking structures downtown have some sort of greenery to break it up or make it at least a little more appealing. And the third thing I just want to present is, there's been talk about what do we do with the construction vehicles that are going to displace a lot of the employee and the patron parking. I think one solution is just, there's a lot of developments coming down the pipeline. There's the Olive Garden site now, there's the VTA site on the corner of Page Mill and El Camino. There's an opportunity, this may be far down the line, but developers, you could trade development rights or density bonuses if they let you use their lots while they prepare for their development. So that's just one solution that may work. Thank you.
Thank you. Nielsen Buchanan to be followed by Herb Barak.
There are a lot of residents and a lot of business people here tonight with interest in parking. None of us have expertise in parking. I ask you all to take a real good hard look at what I think modern-day transportation experts are recommending. In regions like this, you won't find a single transportation expert saying adding another lane on a freeway is a solution. I don't think you'll find many transportation experts saying adding one garage after another garage after another garage makes any sense whatsoever. You can't play the paper chase parking space game and win in this economy. You've got to start a new way of thinking. I ask you to take this in little bites. If the TMA is good for the University Avenue, what about California Avenue? You're starving the TMA to death. It does not have the economies of scale. It needs to go to California Avenue now, not later. I ask you to take a real solid look at technology, not just the technology in the building, but the technology that's alluded to in the comprehensive parking study next week. And finally, Karen, Liz, and Greg, you have all the seniority in this council. It's time to take a look at the total constellation of parking systems. I think it's a real mistake to make any decision tonight for California Avenue. It is just one orbit in the parking management system. And next week, you've got a comprehensive study coming about how to solve a bit in 75% of University Avenue. That comprehensive parking system thinking has to happen for California Avenue. I'm not going to be here next week, so I'll ask you in advance. I'd ask you not to take any action this week or next week. Sit on it for 2 weeks. As the guy with the French accent says, it doesn't make any difference in the long run. You can't build enough parking to solve the problem. You've got to think about changing human behavior with new systems. Thank you.
Herb Barak to be followed by Rita Verrell.
Well, property owners of California Avenue want you to build more parking as long as they're not going to pay for it. And while it might solve the current problem, it's not going to solve the problem of adding more office buildings, which is the current zoning and the current desire of the commercial property owners. That is why I requested that the Architectural Review Board consider the projects on Cambridge Avenue for the solar panels on top of existing garages that would effectively prevent those garages from being expanded or replaced. By having the ARB consider it, it gives any interested party the opportunity to appeal that to the council. The decision's been made by the director already to approve it, and the appeal period is running. It'll run out in a couple of days, and I encourage anyone who is interested in the council in considering 475 Cambridge and 275 Cambridge to consider appealing those approvals. In regard to the project before you tonight, it's subject to environmental impact report, which might be done by the end of this year. That's the time where the council normally makes decisions on whether to approve such things as the project and changes to the zoning code or the zoning of a site. But since you're both the applicant and the final approving authority, there may be a temptation to act like some private developers who do all the detailed drawings of the project before the environmental impact report is done, and then assume they have an entitlement to have the EIR approved because they've already spent the money on the detailed drawings. I would suggest that you don't do that, and that you wait to find out what is in the EIR, because you might change your mind on the basis of new information and debate, which is the purpose of doing an EIR. Thank you.
Thank you. Rita Varell to be followed by Bob Smith.
I don't go to California Avenue because there's no parking. I park on the other side on California and walk under the underpass, and it's quite lovely. You know, I really feel for people that live in this area because it has been designated a growth area, and it just seems that there's more and more and more buildings. But having sat at the city council meetings for the last several years, what I see as a major problem is that buildings are being permitted underparked. A prime example was the Olive Garden site, I think last year, when everybody acknowledged that it was underparked, but somehow the traffic mitigation program was going to come to the rescue. To my knowledge, there's been no report to the public regarding the efficiency of these traffic mitigation programs, or TDMs, or whatever they're called, as to whether they even achieve the goals that they have been set for them. So I think we're here tonight to talk about a parking garage that the public will pay for because private developers were not asked or required to pay for their fair share of parking. So I hope in the future that you will not underpark garages, because as Greg Schmidt used to say, it is all cumulative. Hopefully you'll add some green space. And I think a shuttle from the Stanford Research Park, starting at 11 o'clock in the morning and running through 2 p.m., as Stephanie Munoz suggested, to bring all the Stanford Research Park people down to California Avenue for lunch and shopping is a fantastic idea. And perhaps this is something that you could discuss with Stanford. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Smith to be followed by Adina Levine.
Good evening. Bob Smith. I live on Greer. I've lived in the community for about 50 years with a little bit of departure. For the last 12 years, I've worked at the California Avenue as CTO of a company there, and during that time, the change in the parking situation is remarkable and incredible and does not seem to be stopping. I'm, however, here to talk about a slightly peripheral matter, which I think is an important one, and that is, what are the rules by which construction occurs, and the footprint of that construction process affects the community, and especially the parking. The last 2 years, I watched carefully the Visa building on the corner of Ash and Sherman. It's a nice building, too big, but that's typical. And the question that Mr. Fine was asking earlier tonight, what happens to the people who come for the construction? Well, I'll tell you what I think happened with the Visa building. Each and every construction worker drove his own pickup truck. They came in the early hours of the morning. Here's a photo. I took a number of photos. They came in the early hours of the morning and basically used the parking lot at the corner of Ash and Sherman. Large crowds of them out there. I mean, they owned the parking lot. Now, they were nice people, and I don't dislike them at all, but I think we can have better rules about that. I see no reason why every single one of them should be driving their own pickup truck when we could have the contractor required to take people in on buses, which is what happens in large cities where you simply couldn't have that many pickup trucks. this is an obvious thing to do, and we're here now 6 months finished with that project, and we're about to start another one. The next one is going to take away that lot at the corner of Ash, and it's time to rethink the footprint of construction.
Thank you. Adina Levine, to be followed by Omar Chaddy.
Good evening, Adina Levin with Friends of Caltrain. Clearly, everyone, including residents, visitors, business people, want CalAv to continue to be a lively area with services for residents and employees. And the City Council has, over time, had a three-legged strategy for parking, including supply, adding new supply, managing the current supply, including a residential parking permit program so that neighborhood streets are not used as free parking lots for employees, and transportation demand management to reduce the demand for driving. And what I hear is residents and businesses right now in CalAv calling for more parking because of a shortage of parking. However, what I see here in CalAv is one side of the stool here being discussed without some of the other elements of the stool. The parking management that will be coming up next week. The TMA is not operating here. An employee parking permit costs $137.80 per month, and a Caltrain pass is that amount of money per year. A Caltrain pass is 10 times the amount of an employee parking permit. The current policies are basically bribing people to drive and create traffic and use up that parking. If 10% of the people were reduced driving with the TMA, that would provide as much as the garage. Evan Golden of Lyft talked at an event that we co-sponsored on taming traffic, and he estimated that if you spent about half of what this parking garage would cost and use it to subsidize Lyft rides, which, by the way, Mountain View is doing a pilot program so that people who are in Mountain View can subsidize that trip with Lyft or Uber and not use their downtown parking, that would be the same and get people out of their cars. So I would urge you to balance the stool, which does not look balanced right now. Thank you.
Omar Chaddy, to be followed by Phil Harsh.
Hi, my name is Omar Chaddy. I've worked in Palo Alto between 1986 and 2012 for 17 years, both downtown at Hamilton and Alma, and then also at Stanford Park. A real contrast in parking. I used to have to walk down to the little market on whatever it is, Bryant, to park my car and then come on up. So, and I come to Palo Alto about 5 days a week for any number of reasons, and I do have to come late sometimes to avoid the parking problem on California Avenue. And and I love Izzy's bagels and coffee and cookies, but unfortunately it's been very difficult to find parking. So you have lost business there. So especially close in parking, which is important for some of us, especially if we have a garage that'll suck up a lot of folks. So I would, it all comes down to balancing land use, as you know, with the quality of life. The wrong focus for 30 years, since Ellen Fletcher was here, the bicycle lady, good lady, but she hated automobiles, same kind of stuff we just heard. You won't get people out of their cars. They're personal and ego mobility vehicles. So let's plan for it. Let's build a proper garage. And also, when you get the cost per stall, remember the value over the life of the garage that it will bring in. And future growth, a lot of people have mentioned it, so I won't beat it to death, but with Palo Alto being selected as high-speed rail and the KDEM endorsed council candidates who are going to be pro-high-speed rail, I'm pretty sure, you're going to have more density. You need the garage. Remember, Molly Stone said that if California Avenue forced them to move, Pat Bird said gleefully that we'll just build higher density mixed-use building in their place. So that's what's coming. Don't become a UCLA's Westwood if you've been down there lately. And please don't be fooled by demonstrated failed transit-oriented development expectations that fail. Come on down to where I live and I'll show you some places that doesn't work. And please avoid the eco-socialist dogma that has plagued so many developments. Build it, they will come. Don't build it, they'll still come. So please build it. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil Harsh, to be followed by Robert Martinez.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the council for having a policy, which I think I see clearly, of measuring twice and build once. I think the current state of California Avenue is best exemplified by the parking structures that are there now that are one story, well, one ground story and one elevated story. If there had been a little more foresight in the days those were built, we might not have to discuss this now. I'm a geologist, and I think that the benefit to the city is to build as big as it can for a structure like this, and not necessarily push growth, but account for growth if it's beneficial to the city. I'm not a growth expert. I couldn't give anybody advice on growth, but I think the city should be prepared as well as it could be. And I think if you look at the current developments in that area, most of the commercial developments are digging down 2 floors. So I'd urge you to dig down 2 floors and go up as high as you can fiscally respond. I don't know what's the most efficient and what's the best bang for the buck, but I know if you dig down 1 story, you can't dig down after that a second time. So I'd urge you to go underground 2 stories and go as high as you can. And I have one other comment on this. Being next door to the projected emergency fire and police station, if there were a very large earthquake in this area and there were a lot of damage, it might be not only wise for the city, but wise for the whole region to have additional parking next to that emergency building to accommodate some emergencies we might not see now. So I thank you for considering as much possible space as you can build in that new parking structure.
Thank you. Robert Martinez.
Good evening. I'm Robert Martinez. I've been in business here for 25 years. I've heard everybody speak about the parking structure. I think it's the concept is worthwhile to consider. However, before we go any further, I want to talk about, besides the structure, is would you consider spending the first $1 million our project might to create really cool parking spaces? The other thing is, I haven't heard anybody talk about, except for Phil here, the existing parking structure we already have there in the district. We have one between California Avenue and Cambridge. No one's even talked about maybe refurbishing that site, the one next to the post office, refurbishing that site. You already have 2 spaces that have parking. Why don't we just redevelop those? Thirdly, I haven't heard anybody talk about checking with Caltrain and partner up with them and see if they would like to build a parking structure in their parking lot, as opposed to taking the ones we already have. That's all I got to say. Think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're going to come back to council. And, you know, I saw a lot of pent-up demand. I hope I'm not missing it, for more questions and comments before we actually get to motions. I'm a little hesitant to just sort of let people talk forever because, yeah, I'd like to, well, you know, I think comments are fine. It's only 9:30. So I was thinking that maybe what we do is we just do comments and questions for hopefully each council member can talk for about 5 minutes maximum. Don't feel you have to talk more than that. And the vice mayor will time that, so hopefully we get through it, and then we'll move to motions and comments and whatever you want to do. So I'm going to let Councilmember Walbach put his light on. You can go first.
Well, you can actually set my timer for 3 minutes, and I'll try to keep it to that, and
Okay.
others can try if they want to keep up, but I'll leave that to the mayor. Great, thank you, Vice Mayor Ness. She'll keep me on track. So just, I guess, a few questions coming out of the public discussion, the discussion that we had earlier that I'm thinking about. One is, you know, how to make the best use of the space, right? And a lower tech and thus lower maintenance cost or predictability possibility for that is something we've done in some of our downtown garages, which is at least one, which is valet parking. And so with the design that we're thinking about, would, you know, potentially valet parking, especially for employees on, say, the top floor of the structure or down in the basement, whether it's the bottom floor if it's a 2-story or the 1 floor if it's a 1-story basement, would valet parking be feasible for those people who don't need to get in and out, which would be, frankly, the customers, but rather for the employees?
Yes, it would be feasible.
great. And I think I heard staff say earlier that there would be the technology, or at least the capability, to institute paid parking structures or systems if we chose to in the future with this garage. Was that correct?
That's right.
Okay, so I think both of those features are important. There's definitely been, I think, an important discussion about who this garage is for. And I don't think we need to decide for the lifetime of this garage tonight who the garage is going to be for, who's going to use it, what the time limits are going to be, what the paid system would be, whether we'd have valet parking. We don't need to decide that tonight. I think that having the technology and the system that is flexible for the future is important. I think that instituting the RPP in those neighborhoods is important for the residents in those neighborhoods to feel that their street has not turned into a parking lot. I do think it is important for those employees who had been parking and have been parking on those streets to have somewhere else to go. This has been my philosophy about a lot of things in public policy, international, national, local, whatever, that if you're going to kick somebody out of somewhere, maybe for good reason, try and help them find somewhere else to go. And for me, this garage is an important part of that. I also think that the TMA is an important part of that too. Okay. Oh, that was 3 minutes. All right. I'll try to be quick then. So, I think it is important that we do explore how to expand our TMA and make it effective, more effective, frankly, in the downtown, expand it to Cal Ave to have that third leg of the stool. I am interested in the question of how we mitigate the parking traffic impact of the construction itself. And that's it.
So I'm actually going to jump in and give my comments, then I'll continue going. So,
Want to be timed?
yes, I do want to be timed. So I want everyone to realize, first of all, that we have $1 million, because 1% for public art, between the public safety building and the parking garage to make it look good. And I think that's an important aspect of all of this. For me, it really comes down to one thing. I think we need to make a decision and move forward because we need to get the public safety building built. We can't do the public safety building until we do this. That Brad told me, and so I'll just tell you all because it's something I don't know if he told the rest of you, is that our costs on the public safety building and the garage are escalating at approximately $150,000 a month, if I recall. So a 6-month delay is a lot of money. So I just want everyone to know that delay is not our friend. We had some comments from the public about let's take some more time, let's think about this, and that I don't think that would be a good strategy. I think we need to make a decision. From my point of view, I would like us to have more consensus rather than less consensus. But I really think there are two options that stand out here. There's 3A and 3B. I didn't hear much appetite for the public for the retail, and I haven't heard many council members support doing the retail there. If that's not true, and I'm missing that, it'd be nice to hear from you about the retail. I do think that Councilmember Filseth and Councilmember Walbach had it right in that we have an opportunity to solve the parking problem here. Councilmember Walbach said 550 spots, and some of the speakers did too, keeps us where we were, and we're not adding anything more. So I think the 636 or 634 number is the right number, and that's how I come to 3A or 3B. And the difference for me between 3A and 3B is simply, will the aesthetics of having this thing, of this parking garage being 10 feet lower, roughly, being 30 feet versus 42 feet, roughly, is that worth $4 million? And that really, for me, is the issue on the table. And I frankly come out that I would be supportive of the larger garage, but if enough of you feel that it's not, I'm willing to support the garage that's lower, frankly. So for me, I'm really interested in hearing how you feel about that. And I will remind everyone that the way I got there was I said to myself, hey, the public safety building's 50 feet, that's on one corner, or right across the street from it, the courthouse at 65 feet, and the Visa building at 45 feet, which is right on the other side of it. But that doesn't mean that reasonable people can disagree, and I think that's perfectly fine. But I would like people to address that in their comments, how they feel about that issue and what they think about it. So for me, those are sort of where I come out on looking this and what I want to hear about it. And I also guess I wanted to get a little bit of staff, I got another 2 minutes on this, a little bit from staff on, frankly, the public art aspects of it, of how we can make this building look less like a, a cinder block building, frankly, and what they thought about that.
Well, real quickly, Mr. Mayor, I don't know that we can speak to that right now, but I mean, clearly, there are a lot of great examples of garages around the country that both through public art and the quality of the design can actually be the opposite of kind of brutalistic, kind of massive garages. And I would just throw out that there are many factors to design and design quality. And height is one factor. But I would just say, even with the money we have for public art and the differential between 3A and 3B, there is more flexibility for funding to be put into the quality of materials and the skin and all of those things that for a slight difference in the height, I think that we should think about more factors in the design quality than just a height limit that under 3B that would be underneath the 50-foot height limit, which we say is sort of what we're focused on. Anyway, I think that we will want to make this a quality building. I think that that'll be an important factor in the design.
All right. And I'm going to, Councilmember Koo.
Let me just say one last thing on that. I don't think we can neglect the fact that this building is ancillary to the public safety building, that not only, as it was pointed out earlier, is 50 feet, but how we integrate the design of this garage with the design of the public safety building, I think will be an important factor for each of those buildings. Thanks.
Councilmember Koo.
So I just want to ask, is it true that there was only 3 infrastructure projects that was identified, or did I misunderstand somewhere somehow?
That's not true. The council in June of 2014 adopted the full funding plan for the list of 9 projects that a council committee that was formed at the time had analyzed for about a year before making that recommendation to the council.
If I can add to that, there was more than one funding stream in the total package, so there clearly was the incremental difference of the increase in the TOT. There was other funding from the existing TOT, and there were other funding sources. So it was always very clear that we clearly saw that the incremental increase in the TOT, then the yield that it would have would be applicable to those 3 projects. But the fact is that there was other funding in other projects.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to say to the community, thank you, for coming here tonight. I know that you had a long day at work, and I'm glad that you are here. But I also want to say that, I am sorry to hear that you're finding it difficult, to operate your business, et cetera. But I kind of want to emphasize, it's not the RPP program that is causing this parking issue. It's a lot to do with what we have, as previous councils have approved, office and R&D buildings around you that are not fully parked, as one of the public speakers spoke. So that is impeding on the parking issue. And, the thing is, you are very important to the community. You're community serving. I find that every one of you, I love Izzy's, I love PIP printing. I have colleagues that go there all the time. And, so it's not RPP. Let's make sure that we're kind of putting everything in perspective. We don't want the neighborhoods to be parking lots, and it is really a need for parking for the employees that works for retail businesses and works for restaurants, and also for the medical offices and dental offices and all the other community serving businesses. So please, let's put things in perspective and look at exactly where the problem is. In terms, one more thing I wanted to say is that the dumpsters and the grease traps, who does that belong to?
The dumpsters themselves would belong to the city's trash and recycling hauler, but it's the responsibility of the businesses to provide a space for them and to maintain it.
So we don't necessarily have to put a cabinet in our parking garage now to facilitate all these, or accommodate all these dumpsters and so forth, right?
Not necessarily.
I hope not, or at least there should be a cost that comes out from these businesses that will help support that. Also, we will get the chance to, so this is just approving what you recommended here about the size of the garage, but we do get a chance to come back and determine permit fees and who parks, who has priority, TMA, TDM, et cetera, et cetera.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, a few questions. One comment to start all this out is really appreciate all the retailers' participation, and certainly your locating and staying in Palo Alto. I don't remember how many years PIP Printing has been in business here, but I think you're one of the last 2 printers in Palo Alto, I do believe. And Jessica's gone now, but the cobblers, like, you know, generations in this town. So, and many of the rest of you have been here for a long time. So, certainly great thank you and gratitude for being here and providing, you are here, for providing services and goods to us. It's very much appreciated. And please stay. I didn't quite hear the response to Councilmember DuBois's question about why there are 12 parking spots from the public safety building that went over to the parking garage.
It's a little complicated. When we were first doing the feasibility study, we were considering a plan to include a tunnel from the below grade bottom level of the public safety building parking that would cross under Birch Street and go to the bottom level of the new parking structure. As we began the design, we realized that we thought that was going to be too expensive and probably not feasible to do. Because of that, there are requirements for public safety buildings like this that there be an alternate egress and ingress besides the primary one. So we had to relocate that, and that was really a key reason. And then, as I had mentioned earlier, when we started looking at some of the other needs for parking different police vehicles that would not fit in the basement levels. Those are the primary reasons.
Wishing otherwise, of course. The EIR question that was brought up, I think is a good one. So we're looking at what happens. You know, we say, okay, conceptually, this is good. How do we get an adequate and accurate EIR analysis of these projects?
Some of that work has begun already in terms of the traffic impact study. And it's been done looking at kind of a higher limit of what we thought the size of the garage could be. So we're starting the EIR. Essentially, design of these facilities hasn't really begun yet. What we've done is preliminary design work that's really looking at layouts and massing and how things can fit.
So if the EIR work has begun, but tonight we have options in front of us that provide, you know, a good number more parking spaces, understand the impetus to do that, but it's nothing that's been vetted by virtually anyone. And if the EIR work has already started, it just, obviously this hasn't been included, different heights, different number of parking places, generating more traffic. So I am somewhat concerned about the sequencing.
That I think, that has more to do with the actual traffic analysis that's based on whatever's chosen for the parking program for the garage. The work that's already been done is going out and actually collecting all the traffic count information that goes into doing that modeling. And with that, then the traffic impact analysis will be able to be completed.
Okay. Sort of. the image on packet page 81, the page number is cut off, so it's the 2 pages in front of packet page 83. It shows a very skeletal parking garage, as the image and the slide presentation and other places in the staff report as well. It's very skeletal, very obvious parking garage. And I know other things can be done with design to make parking garages look other than parking garages, but that's not what's in front of us, and I don't have any notion or any information that tells me what doing a different kind of design would impact the design and construction costs.
So what I'd say about that, this is not meant to be a design. It's really just meant to show massing. And the cost estimates that, that we're presenting here are assuming that these garages would have nice skins and architectural elements and treatments that would be part of the design of a very aesthetically pleasing garage.
I'm glad you brought that up. When the staff proposed this, I said, why are we going to show this picture? This is not what it's going to look like at all. And it was exactly for the reason for them just to show the context and the scale of the building itself. Clearly, this is not final design.
I have a couple more questions, if that's okay. Okay, well, put my questions out there is, the reason this is an important reason I made kind of a stink about it to begin with was because, nothing in the materials that we have demonstrate what these other options are, including option 3B, which seems to be one of the mayor's options. So, it's 11 feet taller. There's nothing that tells us what the advantage is or the economics are of adding the solar on top, which also adds height. And I went back and looked up the motion from December 14, 2015 about the retail, and the motion included option C, which is standalone public parking structure over 2 floors of underground parking and ground floor commercial spaces. Later, when it talks about cost, it talks about 47,000 square feet of retail. It says nothing about a detached building. And that was only with the cost analysis. I'm just looking at the minutes from then, having to do with the motion. So I still am interested in very small, as I was then, very small retail on the perimeter edge that isn't 47,000 square feet and doesn't demand a lot of parking and could, by its own design and implementation, create a good soft edge for the side of that building, side of that parking structure. So I don't know if you have responses to any of that, but, and then, the California Avenue TMA, we haven't talked about that yet, but, otherwise, these are just numbers,
Not sure what you mean by just numbers, but because the numbers are important, but it's not only numbers. Obviously, we understand that. I would just say, sorry that there's been any confusion. I think the staff has been clear that the way the design and the cost and the parking space computations were done were with retail were based on this idea of a separate freestanding, and not 47,000 square feet, I mean 4,700 square feet, just so we're clear.
I meant 4,700, I'm sorry. Apologize.
So the implications are that incorporation of a design of the retail into the building would affect the number of parking spaces and some aspects of the design for the building itself, which we would have to factor in. And then secondly, I would just ask us to think, my own bias would be really for retail. On the other hand, that garage wall and everything on the street would be the far end of the retail sector of Cal Avenue. It would be directly across from the public safety building and the plaza. And there, you could make the case that the integration of the garage with the public plaza for the public safety building and the building itself, there's actually a situation where retail isn't critical in the same way from a design point of view. I just would ask us to think about that for what the impact of it would be on the parking and the design itself to try to incorporate it into the ground floor of the building.
Yeah, and when I say these are just numbers, I mean, they're important, they're critical, but they don't give an impression of how's this realized.
Right.
So, and I think being across from the plaza is a great case for very, very small retail spaces.
Councilmember Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few comments and then 2 questions. So at a high level, this is a huge amount of money we're looking at spending for a 20th century problem which persists today. So if we're going to spend $25 or $30 million on this 20th century problem, then when it comes time, I really hope my colleagues will help support the TMA and potentially looking at charging for parking. Those are the 3 legs of our parking stool: new supply, better management of existing spaces, and supporting the TMA so we reduce parking demand. We're talking about putting 25 or 30 million down in a garage. We're spending nearly 1 million on RPP. I think those should be comps for us as we look at the TMA when it comes to us. That said, we're going to build a garage downtown on Cal Ave. I don't have a strong position here, but just so you all know, my guiding parameters are good urban design, particularly along Birch. I think that's an emerging corridor for the city, particularly with the courthouse, the public safety building, and some activity towards Park Boulevard there. Of course, the cost per parking stall is a guiding principle. And most importantly, as the mayor put it, how much do we value, you know, 11 feet for a new floor versus $4 million to put it beneath? That's kind of the question I think we have tonight. 2 quick questions for staff. Is circulation better if the ground floor is circulation better in option 3A than option 3B? I'm just wondering because you have 2 floors below you and 4 above versus 1 below and 5 above. I'm just wondering in terms of the technical circulation for a parking garage there.
Hi, I'm Michelle Wendler. It is easier when you circulate starting at a middle level and you have some more spaces down and up. Now you're distributing the traffic over a more area. In this case, it's not as much as it could be because it's not that large, but generally it's better to.
There's some gains. Okay, thank you. And the second question is, it's kind of around the retail space issue. Did we ever do any early cost calculations on what the city could net from the retail space?
I wouldn't call them cost studies. We took some estimates from our real estate manager of what we might get in rent if it was rented at market rates. And we got numbers for net operating income that range from maybe $150,000 to $200,000 per year.
Per year, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, first I want to thank all the retailers for coming out. You know, you guys provide a valuable service to the community, and we definitely hear the need for more parking. So I definitely support the concept that the mayor put out there, which is we need to maximize the parking in this area. And so I think the question is how to do that. You know, I think it's quite expensive, the basement option, but one thing about Palo Alto's land value is very, very expensive here, and each square footage matters. So one thing we could consider is to do 2 levels and then 5 levels above, then you have a lot of parking. So that's one option. The other thing is, so, you know, if we have this much parking here, one thought is to focus this on employee parking. So not just for retail, but maybe certain floors are meant for retail, shorter term, and other ones are structured so that it's for mainly for employee parking. In regards to the question about retail, you know, one thought I had, and it's definitely nice to have, and I think it's probably more important to have parking here. But one thought I had is looking at the diagram of where the public safety building will be in the parking lot, is I've seen some other cities, they actually put parking over the street. So, bridging the parking garage to the public safety building and using that as extra parking as well. So we kind of get additional parking that way as well. And then last thought I had, and is just kind of what I mentioned earlier, and I think some of the other speakers mentioned this as well, which is, you know, what is our vision in terms of, you know, we have some of the highest land values in the world, and can we not use technology to optimize this more? So I looked at option 3D. Option 3D is the 5 floors with the, I forgot how much. It's the 57-foot one with 636 park spaces. And I just did a simple calculation of what is the volume of that divided by the amount of volume of the 636 cars, just as an example. And the calculation I came out with is about 11%. 11% of the volume of option 3D is just for the cars. That means almost 90% of it is something else, concrete, it's stairwells, ramps, it's driving cars around. And so, technology gives us the potential to actually take this from 11% to something higher, maybe 20% or something much more. The other thing, I think the reason why automated parking is something for us to think about is, today, kind of as Councilman Member Fine said, is that this is kind of like a 20th century problem. Maybe in the future with autonomous cars, with Uber, with Lyft, with, TMA, this becomes less of an issue. And the ability to, and I think it is sufficient to use parking ramps. The parking on the ramp that's sufficient. But in the future, what if we don't need as much parking, for instance? Does it still make sense? Is it easier to redeploy that space? And it's harder when you have the ramps. So I do like the idea that some of the stuff could be disassembled and reused for other things. And last thing I want to just mention is, so I've been watching and looking at some of the automated parking solutions out there. And I've seen, for instance, one parking solution which says that, and I saw a little YouTube video, which showed them building a structure for 12 cars. The 12 cars was 37 feet, no basement parking, on 2 parking spots. So for 2 parking spaces, you get 12 cars, 12 spaces, and it's built in 5 days. So, I mean, this doesn't have to be a 5-year endeavor or a 2-year endeavor. This could be something much, much shorter. But we have to think about, we have to think a little bit outside the box, the traditional box that we've been thinking in. Thank you.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah. So I also thought the mayor framed sort of the question in front of us the right way, which is, I think we are talking about sort of the right number of parking spaces here, and then the question is, what's the trade-off versus, 2 levels underground and 4 on top, or 1 level underground and 5 on top, and so forth. And, one thing that struck me is that, we've sort of been looking at the aerial view, okay, of all this stuff. And yeah, you can see that, right? But most people aren't going to see it from the air. Most people are going to see it from the street in California Avenue, which is in here. Or I'd encourage people to go look at it on Google Maps Street View, which we were doing up here too. And, the thing is that once you get over, I mean, this is, as we've got here, you can't see it from here. If you're looking at the packet, right? As you get here, that's the 35, 36 feet, right? Once you get over that, you start to see it quite a bit from California Avenue. I mean, it looms over the Antonio's Nut House and Starbucks and so forth there, right? And that's where most people are going to see it from. And I think the point about the Visa building is 45 feet or something like that, and that's true, but you can't see the Visa building from California Avenue. You may be able to see it from the courthouse, but I think, it's we're not sort of worried about so much what it's going to look like from the courthouse. I think, part of the identity for California Avenue is it is kind of low, okay? And I don't think it should look like San Antonio, and particularly when you look at the design without the retail. I mean, what you've got here on Birch Street, I mean, it is a wall, okay? And the question is, how high a wall are we talking about here, right? Is it going to be 35 feet, which is kind of like the one across the street, or is it going to be, X percent more than that, and so forth? So I think we ought to stretch and dig deeper, and I think spending the extra $4 million to keep it lower, right, so that it doesn't loom over the nut house and so forth, right? I think in the long run we'll find that's money that we spent well, right? I think 5 or 10 years from now we won't remember that we spent 10% more, but we will have California Avenue to what it looks like there. So I think that's the case for the 3A. Okay, I did want to say something, to shift gears slightly and say something about, you know, a couple of the speakers brought up and so forth, right? And was the issue of, you know, building for now and the future and so forth and so forth, you know? And I mean, we got some other stuff that we got to deal with. We keep putting up these buildings, as couple of speakers said. You know, our codes say that a building like 385 Sherman is fully parked. Okay, well, everybody knows it's not fully parked. Okay, so if we review these buildings, mixed-use buildings, office buildings, and so forth, and we look at them all and we say, well, we don't need very much parking here because people aren't going to drive cars. Okay. And then a couple months later, when we review garages, we say, oh, we need lots and lots of space because everybody drives, okay? I mean, we can't have it both ways, okay? So we won't get out from under this problem, okay, if we continue to sort of go business as usual on all fronts as we have done. So I think as a couple people mentioned, you know, the car light model and so forth, you know, this location, I mean, it's next to the train station, okay? I mean, if we can't make the car light model work here, okay, then, you know, we ought to quit talking about it for everywhere. So that's, I think we have a chance to solve the parking problem on Cal Ave, right? And I think we should do it, and that's good. But I think if we sort of don't think longer term about some other parts of things like our codes and how we assess parking demand for other things, then, you know, you give it a while and we'll be back here. So we have to do that too. Anyway, so I think we ought to dig deeper, and I think both in the pun intended and not a pun intended sense, and dig deeper and do the three. I think we'll be happier in the long run with that.
Councilmember Du Bois.
So when I look at this, I think the problem we're trying to solve tonight is how do we do this quickly and cheaply. I think we need to help the Cal Ave merchants. I think a lot of them have gone home already, but for those that are still here. I mean, I was the rep on the Cal Ave Business Association 2 years ago when we first started talking about RPP and tying that to the garage. I think both the merchants and the residents want, you know, more parking, and they want to support each other. We do have some offices there that have no allocated parking, and I think that's what's really stressing this part of the city out. In terms of process, I did see these new options late this afternoon, and I did want to echo Councilmember Holman's concern that it wasn't noticed. You know, it wasn't in our packet 10 days ago. And I do think we'd probably have more members of the public here if they saw, you know, a 54-foot option to the railing, only 70 feet when you get to the elevator shaft and the photo cells. So if we're really going to consider some of these new options, I would suggest that we continue this to next week and discuss both garages, give the public time to weigh in on these options that were just kind of sprung at the last second. I want to talk about funding and cost. I'd like to see some progress on the business tax. Council authorized the Citizens Advisory Group to explore funding options, and several people, Councilmember Fine, talked about the TMA. We need to fund a California TMA, and part of the reason we formed that group was to have additional funding options for parking, traffic management. And so I do hope we start to make progress on that front. I did like the downtown parking study, which came in our packets this week for next week's meeting. We need the same kind of pricing rationalization for Cal Ave. Just, you know, what people are paying for RPP versus permits and garages, and also making sure we get the retail pricing right so that people in offices don't just pay the hourly rate all day and park there all day. We need to make sure that people can come and go to lunch. On the complexity scale, a garage seems much easier than a public safety building or a library. And so I'd be interested in us getting much more specific on some of these just percentage plugins, so the contingency fee and the escalation fee. I mean, it seems to me that we could be much more precise with the garage. And if we had a 5% contingency fee or 6%, you know, these numbers shift around. It's going to be significant. And I also like to see us kind of how we improve, how we negotiate with contractors. I'm less interested in innovating in the design on this garage. I'd rather do it quickly and cheaply, use that $1 million for art and putting some greenery to make it look better. But I'm a little concerned that if we try to make each of these 9 projects really cool, we're going to go way over our budget. And so I'd rather save it on the garage. I throw it out there. I mean, I think we should consider like a not to exceed cost, maybe to really start to try to value engineer some of these projects. And I'd also be really interested in hearing ways we could fast track development and make sure it minimize the construction time. So for me, I like option 3A. I think it maximizes the parking. I could see, selling employee permits in the 2 floors underground and removing a lot of cars from residential streets. I think, again, it seems to fit quite well. I am concerned about the context of larger buildings looming over Cal Ave. I think that is the important vantage point. We've talked in the past at council about not wanting Cal Ave to become a 50-foot canyon. To me, it's worth the $4 million to go underground. And I would say it's not $4 million for 11 feet, it's $4 million for an acre of parking. It's a lot of parking that nobody's going to see, and I think it's a really wise investment. The other thing I would say is the context on Ash is also 35 feet. There are residential buildings, and the public safety building is going to have some nice setbacks, so even though it's taller, it's not going to feel as looming on the sidewalk. One thing nobody's really talked about is the zoning question tonight. I'm really unsure of the impacts of changing all PF zones, changes to the FAR, and I would actually want to understand if we consider just using variances for these specific projects and not changing the PF zone citywide. And then finally, one last quick comment. Councilmember Holman was talking on kind of being able to visualize this better, maybe having some more drawings. I'd like to see us come back to council for a check-in before December. I'd really like to see more detail and some renderings from different vantage points. I think that's a long time and you're going to be really far down the road. So I'd ask maybe that you could come back sooner.
All right. Councilmember Walbach actually had 2 more minutes, and then we're going to go to motions. But I actually am not going to give him 2 minutes. He gets 1 minute of his 2 minutes.
Probably don't need even a minute, because the mayor had asked us to weigh in with our thoughts about these alternatives after I'd spoken earlier. I just thought I'd add my 2 cents. So if we're looking at these alternatives, I think that the discussion that Mayor Scharf and Councilmember Filseth, I tend to agree with them that I think the choice is between 3A and 3B as the best options, unless I could get I don't know if staff has a quick number on something Councilmember Tanaka mentioned, which was 5 floors above ground and 2 floors of basement. And I don't know if that was run, if it's not available. Yeah.
I think approximately it would add about $4 million in cost.
Okay. So if we did want to spend the extra $4 million on top of 3B, we could spend the $4 million and get that extra acre of parking by going down a second level, have the 5 floors above, plus the 2 floors below. And how many spots is it per floor of basement?
5 above is 30. This is 2 levels below and 4 above. This is $4 million.
So we get 117. So, we're looking at.
It's more like $8 million, not 4.
Oh, you know what? Never mind. So my inclination is actually to go with 3B then. And part of it, I'll be honest, is I am a little bit concerned about any risks that we take associated with going too deep in that area because of some of the groundwater plumes. It's possible that my concerns there could be alleviated, but my inclination is to go with 3B. I'm open to the arguments around 3A as well.
All right, and so now we come back to council for questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, with that, I'd like to move the staff recommendation with option 3A.
Second.
And, I think, yeah, I think I've already spoken to it. I think, this whole thing fits into the necessary evil category, right? I mean, we're going to build a big block-long thing, but I think this is the best trade-off. Thanks.
So I'm going to support this, even though I personally think that 3B is a better choice. I think the extra $4 million we save is probably worth it, but I'm not sure. And, when you're not sure, I'm going to take the more conservative approach on this, and by saying, let's go with the lower height. And I think we'll get more consensus on council on this and more support overall. At least I hope we will. You never know in this council. So I think that we're doing a lot of great things here. We get 636 parking spots, so I think that goes ahead and addresses the concerns of the merchants and, frankly, concerns of other people that have raised this. So we're getting a large parking garage, and I think we're doing good things. So hopefully you'll all support this. Yes. Parking garages. So you have to fix the motion because it's actually 636 spots.
So, yeah, 636.
Right.
Yeah. It's, 2 levels of basement parking and no retail space.
Correct.
Sorry, yeah, it's 2 levels of basement parking and no retail space. And the rest of it is correct.
All right. Council, lights have lit up now. So Councilmember Ness, Vice Mayor Ness.
Well, it's been interesting to hear all this, but I find myself in a slightly different place. I'm going to try a substitute motion. If there is a second, I will speak to it. And my substitute motion looks very much like what's up on the board, except that it would be to proceed with 3B, which you have in front of me, which is 43 feet tall, only goes 1 level below and 5 levels above.
Second.
So having a second on that, may I proceed with speaking to it?
You absolutely may.
So I'm very sympathetic with Councilmember Filseth's motion, and certainly that would have been one that I would have considered pretty carefully. But again, because we've heard people talking tonight, Bob Moss may have gone home, but one of the things that I'm really concerned about in that area is the aquifer. And if we go down more than 1 level, I'm not sure what we may run into or not run into. I think water may be a problem as well. We've been discussing this extensively recently about basement dewatering and so forth. That looks like a pretty safe area, but I am concerned about the aquifer. I do, Nielsen Buchanan was here earlier. He talked a lot about the TMA, and I hope that we can also, without mentioning it here tonight, talk about the TMA and make sure that that's part of this as well. Going down to the funding for a minute, I was here when we decided to have a TOT, and my recollection is number 1 on that TOT was parking garages, and number 2 was public safety building, and it might have been in reverse. I think the other items came along later, but the reason that I remember that, and former Mayor Judy Kleinberg spoke tonight, and I remember at the time we asked to have business support in this community for that TOT in exchange for parking garages and for a new public safety building. We were getting pretty desperate at that time, and I think that was, Jim, was that maybe 2013?
I remember, was it 2013? Huh? Was it 2014?
Yeah, I think we discussed it in 13 and then voted in
2014,
correct? So something else that persuaded me tonight is that There is a long petition from those who are in the California Avenue area, and what they are saying is they are just desperate for more parking. And this, even though, you know, the rest, some of you are willing to go and spend more money, I think in this case, I'd save it for, we've got another garage to do and another public safety building to do. So I also listened to both council members Tanaka and Fine's comments. I too don't like this being a 20th century solution in the 21st century, but we didn't move in that direction, and I'm concerned that we do have to deliver parking at some point. I would remind us, this is the summer of 19 when this is going to be done. Tell me, when did we last dedicate a parking garage? What year would that have been? Were any of you here?
Matt was here in Public Works Engineering, and he says it was 2003.
Gosh, I guess it's time, isn't it? It must be time to do some kind of a parking garage. So having said that much, I would say that if 3A does go through, it's not a disaster, but I do think that from several standpoints, especially from the standpoint of going down a second story, running into the aquifer, having to do some draining there, that's a major issue. So with that,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Walbach.
could I just make two comments as supportive staff? Happy to see us looking like we're going to move towards some decision here tonight, which I think is really important. I did want to clarify two things. One is that on the sheet that we passed out tonight that you're looking at, if you were to look at option 3A and cross-reference that with the option 3A we had in the staff report, this thing says it's 32 feet 10 inches tall. In the staff report, it's actually 36 feet 10 inches tall. It's actually 36 feet 4 inches tall, because that includes accounting for the railing above the edge of the top of the floor itself. Under option 3B, it says 43.6. Again, with the railing around the top, the actual apples to apples measurement would be 47 feet. Second point, when we talked about the funding gap in the infrastructure plan of $10 to $15 million, that was predicated on this option 3 that's on the far left of a $26 million project. We're counting at $26 million and saying we have a $10 to $15 million gap. So if you look at 3B costs $30 million, we're adding $4 million to the gap, and 3A, we're adding $8 million to the gap. Now, those are planning numbers that are there, but these are the implications of the cost side of this also. So I did want to share both that height information, that financial information.
Okay, let me finish on. Thank you very much, City Manager. I would also indicate that the one that we're talking about right now that I've just made the motion on, option 3B, is sort of the middle of the road as far as cost. It's not as expensive per stall as 3A, and it's not as cheap as option 3C. So it's a good, I think, a good compromise solution in the middle, even though I'm hearing that these buildings may loom, but this is in an area where many buildings are above 40 feet. Councilmember Walbach.
Councilmember Walbach.
Thank you. So like Vice Mayor Niss, at least it seems the direction she's going, the direction I'm going is, I'll be honest, if the substitute motion is not successful, I'll support the main motion, but I hope that we'll be able to convince some of our colleagues to support the substitute motion. I do think that, as I mentioned and the Vice Mayor mentioned, and Rita Varell from the public mentioned, there are some concerns about what's underground, right? And, some of us have been working with some
advocates in the community to put together a colleagues memo and working with staff on that as well. It's a complex issue, but the question of how we improve our safety and our policies around the concerns around groundwater contamination from some of the industrial work that's been done in Palo Alto over the years. So that is one of my concerns that makes me lean towards having only one basement. And then the cost is the other, really, the cost is the other really big issue for me. And, I do think that with $4 million, if we thought about, okay, where are we going to get that $4 million and what else could we do with it? If we thought about it in terms of cutting it from somewhere else to help fund it, whether do we cut it from parks? Do we cut it from the police? Do we cut it from fire? Do we, cut it from salaries across the board? I don't think any of us is eager to do that, but it's always a question when in budgeting and figuring out where you want to prioritize and where you want to spend your money and where it's worth doing. And if we think about it in terms of, opportunity cost about further funding in related areas, $4 million combined with, and I appreciate Councilmember Du Bois mentioning it, the idea of additional funding sources, such as not exclusively, but I know a lot of us are leaning towards some sort of employee tax or business tax. But in addition to that, $4 million from the city's part, to help fund the TMA that would be a real shot in the arm, a real boost. And so, I do think that the finances are really critical. Again, if 3B is not supported by the majority of the council, I'll support 3A. So I hope this isn't a divisive discussion, but I do think it's an important discussion. We talk about being thoughtful about the budgeting, being thoughtful about our finances. There've been a couple of other times where we've opted for the more expensive option or passed up funding opportunities related to things that were happening in town. And I hope this is one opportunity where we don't throw away $4 million and putting in a hole in the ground. And so speaking of the hole in the ground, how deep is, well, Councilmember Philseth had offered a pun earlier, so I figured I'd try to keep up. How deep would 2 stories below go? How deep underground would that be?
Hi, so each level below ground is about 10.5 feet, and then plus the foundation. So 21 feet plus about a 4-foot foundation, so about 25 feet below the ground.
So that's getting down there. And again, I do know, and it was mentioned earlier, that some of the other projects in the area have gone down that deep, but I'm not sure how comfortable I am with the city taking that on. So I'd urge my colleagues to support this alternative.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to the substitute motion, which is to ask staff to explore automated parking solutions. So not to do it, but just to explore it.
Sure. Sure, it's fine.
I'm actually not going to support that on this. I do think that there might be other alternatives or opportunities in the future for some of the other parking areas in Cal Ave or downtown to explore that, but I don't think this project, with the concerns about timing, is the right place. So I won't accept it as friendly.
Project per se? Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Sorry, I misunderstood. I don't think we can move this project, but good idea.
Okay. Right. Okay. Councilmember Tanaka, that's all you wanted? Okay. Councilmember Holman.
There's a procedural rule that I always forget. I actually have another motion, but I don't think you can make a substitute motion after there's a substitute motion already on the floor.
I believe that to be true.
So after we vote on this, if it should happen not to pass, I do have a substitute motion.
Okay. Councilmember Du Bois.
So I'd like to get to the actual total heights of these buildings. So what would be the height of 3B if we put solar on top?
With solar on top, it would be about 53.5 feet. to the top of the solar canopy.
And how high is the elevator shaft?
We don't have elevator shafts designed at this point.
Oh, so it just comes up and there's no elevator to the top floor?
Likely about 8 feet, the elevator shaft, which would then put that at 51 and a half.
Okay.
I shouldn't give the half actually, because I don't want to be that precise.
Okay. And then do you know did the Visa building have 1 or 2 stories of underground parking?
2 stories.
2 stories, okay. And I assume it's a commercial project, so we'd likely use secant walls. I think they minimize pumping on these commercial projects.
I understand that for their project, they actually did not encounter groundwater, except for like drilling for footings and an elevator shaft.
Okay, that was my next question, was what's the elevation and is there a groundwater issue? But
I would say that we're doing a geotech study right now, and so we've actually taken borings at these sites in the last month, and we encountered groundwater at 19 to 20 feet below grade.
Okay. So I'm not going to be supporting the substitute motion. I do think this is too massive. And again, I'm really concerned that it wasn't noticed to the public. And I actually have a question for the city attorney. I mean, can we consider this building if it wasn't in the staff report? It came to us very late this afternoon.
Go ahead, I hope you roll right, because the council makes amendments all the time, the motions that don't include parameters that were in the staff report.
The short answer is yes, you may proceed. This is just this is not a new matter. This is truly kind of a filling out of options that were already filling out options that were already presented. So I think we are fine here with proceeding.
Okay. I mean, I think there were some specific options and none of them went to 53 feet. So I'm personally not prepared to vote on an option which goes that high tonight. And again, I just don't think it's a clear, open process with the public. If we wanted to do this, I think we should come back and discuss it at a later meeting. So that's why I'm not going to support the motion.
Councilmember Fine.
Thank you. So I'm also not going to support the substitute motion. I would be willing to support the main motion on the floor of the original motion. Although I am worried about the cost escalations here, I'm mainly persuaded by Councilmember Phils's point that 10% of the cost will look small to us in hindsight when we all go walking through the Cal Ave district and know that there's 2 floors beneath rather than 1 on top. So I'll be supporting the original motion.
Okay, let's vote on the board. And that fails on a 6-3 motion, with council members Walbach, Niss, and Tanaka voting yes. Okay, now we're back. Member Holman?
Yeah, I do have a substitute motion, and I drafted it earlier, and there's some changes actually to it, but if David could put it up, and I'll make changes to it after it's up on the board. I really feel like this evening that we're making decisions with not enough information, and I know we can ask for information, and keep going ad nauseum. That's not my intention here. I think there's some critical things we don't know. There's been a lot of conversation about, the groundwater, and is there contaminated, contaminated groundwater or not? We don't know. The staff says that they've done the preliminary geotech, or that's ongoing right now. I think if we had an answer to that, we'd be able to be more comfortable with going 2 levels below. I support, the notion of going the 2 levels below, and I think it's, Councilmember Filseth, I think, was correct in saying that in hindsight, the $4 million will not seem like much. I think it also is, long-term thinking and long-term planning that keeps the height of the garage down. I think it's something we can look back on in the future and say that was the right thing to do. Other things that caused me to make this substitute motion is because
Councilmember Holman, you didn't get a second.
I'm speaking and then I'll actually propose it.
Oh, because I'm seeing a motion up there.
Yeah, I just want him to get it up there, but I haven't.
Okay, next time I think we need to speak, and then you make a motion. We don't
Well,
put the motion up.
I'll even have to edit it,
I'll
though,
let you
so-
go this time, but
Yeah.
I think next time.
So there are, Councilmember Du Bois mentioned earlier about not making wholesale changes to the PF zoning for parking garages. I think there's wisdom in that. I would rather see a variance approach so we know what it is that we are looking at. The staff proposal in the, which hasn't been specifically addressed here, but by implication, it seems like we might be approving it, is to consider tonight's meeting as the pre-screening for the project. It really is barely massing models, which is not what we look at for pre-screening for anything else. I think we go overboard in some of our other reviews and looking at 2 fully developed plans, but this is barely massing models. I don't think this should be considered as our pre-screening. The other thing is, I mentioned earlier, is the other options, and if the main motion passes this, 5 would be moot. But I think it is concerning that we have options in front of us that have significant implications that have not been vetted by the public and haven't even been put the city's website as typically we would in terms of response to council member questions. And the other is that, from my perspective, the small retail at the perimeter, at the edge of the building, is at the edge of the parking structure, is really what the council was talking about when we talked about this in December of 2015. There wasn't anything that I read in the motion or in the staff report having to do with a detached, separate retail building. And I think that really sets off and puts off the notion of even minimal retail on the edge of this. So my motion is to continue this item to next week when the council looks also at the TMA and downtown parking garage. And staff return with answers to the following questions, which will be applicable to both garages. The options of perimeter or edge small retail spaces, I mean small retail spaces, or personal services along the street frontages, variance requests sought and prescribed for PF zoning for proposed garages, quantified benefit of rooftop solar installation, cost comparison to recent or currently proposed parking garages in other communities, and I would say with 5, I'll take off 3C and D because it seems like those aren't being considered. And return to council at early stage of design completion for preliminary review or pre-screening. So that is my motion, my substitute motion. So I think I've spoken to it. I think we're just jumping the gun just a little bit on this. I think if we had this more in context and had just a couple of answers, I don't know if staff can come back with response to the groundwater question in this time, which actually should be added to this. Staff return with status of groundwater analysis. So again, I just think we're acting a little bit too quickly with not enough information to have some solid footings, if you will, to base our decision.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment or not?
You certainly may.
So I don't want to sound contrary here, and I don't mean it this way, but, this is very late and is a departure from sort of the way the staff report was put together. If we had put the staff report out and then brought this to the council at this point, you could make the same argument that the public wasn't prepared to know that we would be postponing possibly the decision and asking us to really look at this in the context of a lot of other things. Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but when we sort of say this, when we share some information that's part of the discussion with the council, is if there isn't enough time, and then we can do that here at the very ending of the meeting. We got no questions from the council in advance of this, and we're now in a position of having to try to answer whether or not, if you really want to, what it would take to do all of these things. And the second thing I would say is that we are never going to get this infrastructure plan done if we can't make a decision and we've got to bring it to the next point and the next point and the next point. I can guarantee you right now, even if you give us this directive on this, we're going to come back with more information as we unfold. We may find that there's a water problem and suddenly we have to come back to the council and say, you know what, we need you to redirect. We may say we're trying to value engineer it enough and we bring it back and you say that's too much. I mean, this is not done by you saying this. You are signaling roughly how many spaces you want in the ballpark of what it's going to cost and how much you think it's down and what the height is. I mean, and it is, the motion is good because it starts to, in this sense, it starts to connect to all the other moving parts that you have of all of your initiatives on TMA. But those are all interacting with each other over time. If we're going to try to link them up at every moment rather than make a decision and move on and see how it does, I don't know how you're going to be able to make hardly any decisions on a very complicated year with a lot of things. And I'm just sort of say this is habituating yourselves to really making some basic decisions and not punting it right now, knowing that I'm sure there will be changes. Let me just say this right now. And when we're talking about the gap in the funding, I've told the staff right now, in my view, that doesn't mean we're automatically going to say we're going to find more money for it. It may mean we've got to come back when we have more detail and value engineer a project back down. I mean, we're going to have to present those options to the council. So I just think it's a mistake to think you make a decision here, this thing is all done. What you're really saying is you're making decisions on the height, you're making decisions on the rough costs, and you're making decisions right now on the number of spaces that you want to achieve. Now, in this case, you are basically excluding the retail. That's the one issue.
Crew, did you want to speak to your second?
Yeah, so, you know, I hear you, time is money and all that. It's only a week, the way I look at it. My biggest concern here is, well, actually, I'm actually really torn with the retail space. I was reading a letter here in the staff report from this one person who said that, you know, it would be a great space that the city would own, and the city would be capable of doing some good for the community, whether it's renting it out to a nonprofit, which would also benefit another cause or something. I mean, so there's opportunities here with the retail. And then also, you know, with the picture that Councilmember Philseff showed, and the packet pages are all gone, but, you know, on this street here on Birch, it's actually pretty canyon-y. You know, it's a canyon. It becomes a canyon now. Whereas if you still have the perimeter retail, it's still, at least you still see some sky and some blue, but now you have a canyon with a tall building there. So, you know, I appreciate the first motion, but I feel like we're losing something over here without the retail. And then also, I'm really not comfortable with going to the PF, changing the PF zoning for garages. Lastly, you know, I do have some thoughts in terms of the transparency of the whole thing with this, this cost, opinion of construction cost comparison, which with option B and C and D included, which nobody seems to know about. You know, it's 1 week, so I hope that doesn't make a big difference in cost, but yeah.
Tom, did you want to speak?
So I support a lot of this motion, but I think it goes too far. And I would propose a friendly amendment that if you would remove B little I. I think based on our discussion tonight, there's not widespread support for the retail, and it seems to be a major change.
So I know at least at least 3 of us, I think, support that. I don't know how many other, if we could vote on that one separately, I'd certainly consider that.
Okay. BI, to basically delete the perimeter retail. But I don't hear a second for that, so.
Like I said, I'm happy to vote on that one separately.
Okay. Councilmember Filsath?
Just really briefly, I understand the desire to see more data on like this. I don't know how much more. First of all, I was very impressed with the city manager's comments. I don't think we're going to know much more in a week on this kind of stuff. I think, as the city manager said, I think, all this stuff is going to be subject to munging and changing. And, obviously, if somebody finds a problem with the groundwater, then, it's, we're going to shift course and stuff. So I don't think we're going to know anything more in a week. I think we should move forward.
All right. Councilmember Walbach, did you have your? No. All right. Twice spoken, Filsath. All right, let's vote on the motion. On the amendment, or the substitute motion.
This is a substitute.
It's on the substitute motion. And that fails on a 7-2 vote, with Council members Koo and Councilmember Holman voting yes. Now we return to the main motion. Does anyone need to speak, or can we vote on the main motion? You want to speak? Okay, this wants to speak. So, Councilmember Du Bois.
So I actually think this is a nice compromise. Appreciate you guys for making the motion. I do think we should give some additional direction on some of the other issues, so I'm going to propose some amendments. So again, for B, we discussed it very little, and this is proposing to change PF zoning citywide. And so I'd actually adopt some of the language Councilmember Holman had. And
so it's just for parking facilities?
Just for B here, to direct staff to prepare variances needed for the CalAb parking garage in the PF zone. So rather than changing PF zoning blanket, we would just do what we need for this project.
Can I ask, before I accept or not accept this, can I ask staff to comment on this? That is, how broad, if we change the PF zoning specifically for this, how broad is it? Does it apply to other kinds of PF projects, or is it strictly for parking garages?
It would strictly be for parking garages and only for public parking garages that the city would construct.
And what's the nature of the variance now, since we don't have a height variance on this, correct, really? Maybe slightly if we go up above.
Right. There's a potential issue of the railing that we're working with planning on getting a clear answer about how that relates to that 35-foot height limit. But the other issues are lot coverage. So based on the current PF ordinance, zoning ordinance, we'd be required to only build on 30% of the kind of plan view footprint of that, of the current lot. Right. And then there's a 1-to-1 FAR. Yeah, the 30% lot coverage is kind of says it all right there.
So I think, my proposals would be allow it for this project as a variance, but again, the changing the height requirements, nested neighborhoods and other PF zones, I'm not really sure what the implications are, so my preference would be to do it for this project and not change the underlying zoning.
This doesn't apply to other PF zones, right? I think I heard.
It applies to all PF zones, right?
Oh, but only for parking garages.
Yeah, but those parking garages could be next to residences.
We're building them.
Sorry?
I said
So,
the city would be building them.
Yeah.
I don't know to what extent the city attorney can help. The only question I would have, and some of you would know even better, is that, turning this into a variance situation on this site versus a legislative change by the council clarifying things, I think that is a different process that has to be followed. And
so, Tom, I'm not going to accept it. And let me tell you why. The reasoning is that it's really what the city manager is saying, is that we've had a lot of discussion over the last two and a half years
about variances and not really wanting to do that. And I think what we're really saying is we are going to zone for what we want on a parking garage, and this really applies to this parking garage. And, you know, if we decide to build another parking garage, the next city council, when they get to it, can decide if they want to do that. I think it's more difficulty for staff to actually write staff reports about coming with a variance, whereas here what we're telling them to do is go make a legislative change, tell people what we're going to do here.
So can we clarify, because I don't think this applies to this garage. I think it applies to all PF zones citywide, which is my concern. It's
Only
not
if you're building a
specific.
parking garage, though.
Right, but
A
not
public
just this
parking
lot.
garage.
Right. So again, that's my concern, is we actually don't know what we're zoning for right now, because we haven't looked at all the PF zones and see what the implications of this change is.
So the difference is it would come to a city council, and a city council, when they're building, I mean, let me just put it this way. Sometimes I think we get way too much in the weeds in that we've built a parking garage, the last time was in 2003. And so if one comes to us in 15 years, or 5 years or 10 years, and I guess this would apply downtown, is what you're thinking. So this would basically affect the downtown parking garage, right? I think that's the next one. And so I think what this does is this allows us to not use the PC process, which has built every other parking garage, and saying, when you build a parking garage, you have to have, let me just remind me, it's like, we need to change it for the lot coverage, we need to change it, because otherwise you have to have 40%. There's all these things.
Yep.
And to have a system where we say, we are going to do variances on something where we will always need a variance to build a public parking garage, I think that flies in the face of everything people have been saying
Mr. Mayor?
about it. So that's really why I'm going to, and yes, I probably spoke a little too much to it, but I agree. So I'm going to let Karen, you want to speak to your first?
No, I have two other small ones that I'd like to get out.
I'd like to speak to my second.
Yep.
Okay.
So there are comments made, it's like, well, if we ever build another parking garage, we're going to build one downtown
We are.
in the near future. And it speaks exactly to the points I made earlier and the points that Councilmember Du Bois is making now, that we don't exactly know what we're doing because we don't have a project in front of us to even look at. The parking garage downtown is, I would say, something where we would not, my opinion, just based on not much of anything that we have in the staff report going for next week, and I haven't read it all, to be fair. You know, I wouldn't want to see, you know, lot line to lot line structure there. We have, you know, several historic buildings. Right across the street is the Burge Clark Post Office. I don't know that I would want to see a building of the mass and scale that these changes wholesale would allow there. That doesn't mean we have to build it there just because we make these changes, but it does give the implication that the council has approved that, and since you approved it, it implies that we're okay with that. And I think that's a bad precedent. It's, you know, we're not looking at what the consequences could be in a broader spectrum. We're making a zone change citywide, yes, for parking garages, because of one project. And I think it's a really bad precedent and a really bad concept. I appreciate why staff would come forward with it. It simplifies things, but I think it's really a bad action to take.
Mr. Merrick, may I just read the staff report, though, just so we're clear? We're just trying to clarify things. It gives more clarity in responding to the council kind of concerns about saying not just on a project-by-project basis, but what you think. The last public parking garage we built was in 2003. The council has 2 public parking garages in your plan. I haven't heard about any other public parking garages by the city at all. And what we said is, upon council direction to pursue PF zoning ordinance modifications, staff would prepare code revisions, initially review the changes with the Planning and Transportation Commission before returning to the city council for approval. I can't imagine that we wouldn't be considering the implications for the downtown parking garage when we go through that whole process, and we're going to have to bring this back to the council for your approval.
Question, follow-up question that
Yep.
So it would seem like if we give that direction to the Planning Commission, we're telling them what we want to do, and won't they try to enable that? It seems like that would be the direction we'd be giving. And in the past, many of our, not all, but many of our parking garages have been PCs. And the reason for that is because they are in sometimes tight, complicated, even complex, irregularly shaped parcels. And that's why they've been PCs, to accommodate those sorts of things. But, you know, we do few enough of them. I think that is why they've been PCs, and why I think a wholesale change for this, whether it's 15 more years before we build another one, I just think the implications are far-reaching and not well thought out.
Councilmember Philseth?
I was going back and forth on this. I think I just got convinced by the city manager, because the PTC, because I thought your point that what we do will dictate how the downtown garage is done was important, right? But the PTC, when they see this, will have the benefit of seeing both projects at once, okay? And so the danger that, that we impose something that doesn't fit on the downtown location because of something we decide tonight on the Cal Ave location, that seems like a much lower risk kind of thing. And I do agree with the mayor on this, that I don't like doing one-offs in this kind of thing. I think if we're going to do garages, we should have a standard way of doing garages, right, such that they don't need to be PCs each time. And also, as long as what we're deciding is policy, because that's our job, is to decide policy, as long as what we're focusing on is policy just for public garages and not medical offices or some other PC or some other PF utilization, I think I'm more comfortable with that.
Councilmember Walbach?
So I will not be supporting this amendment. And I think the mayor's comments earlier were important. I just want to be very clear. Councilmember Du Bois's motion here is suggesting that it is preferable to govern in land use policy by variance rather than changing the code, right? I've heard Councilmember Holman say for years, zone for what you want. Heard Councilmember Philseth say in the past, the code is the code, and if you don't like the code, change the code. I've heard a lot of criticism of past council's practice of using variances and exemptions and exceptions in order to support projects that past councils supported. And so I think that this amendment would move us in the opposite direction of where we've been trying to move, of trying to be clearer in our code about what kinds of things we can allow. And so that's just in general about the approach here. And then specifically, I think that, Councilmember Philseth and Sharf's comments, were right on the money. And, the comments from the city manager were important as well. This just makes it clear what kinds of discussions we're going to need to have when those future garages come to us or future council. And we're not approving something that then some third party can go and do without coming to council. It's only for public parking garages.
All right. Vice Mayor Ness.
No, it's not on this.
No, it's not on this.
It's probably from several times ago.
No. Okay, let's vote on the board. Oh, I think I hit my light the wrong way. I'm going to change my vote to no. I just hit the wrong one. It's like, so that fails on a. Did Councilmember Koo, did you vote?
My light's not working.
Okay, how would you like to vote?
It's a no.
So this fails on a 7-2 motion with Councilmember Du Bois and Councilmember Holman voting yes.
Okay.
All right, now, can we vote on the main motion?
Actually, I had two more
I got
things.
two more.
And I'm going to speak to the main motion.
So first of all, we're talking about the costs on this, and again, these numbers feel really squishy. I know it's early.
That's why you're
And I hope we're really taking a scalpel to the public safety building. I think that's gone from 50 million to 75 million, I think. Is that right?
Potentially, yes, and I don't even want to acknowledge that, because if we have to cut it, I mean, it's, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, if council said do option 3A for 28 million, could you value engineer it? And look at the escalation, the contingency?
Well, I think the better way to instruct us is to tell us value engineer it as much as possible, and let's see what the trade-offs would be. You know what I mean? I'm kind of worried about a target number and then just trying to work to that.
So again, I hear the kind of a desire to design a really nice parking garage. So my amendment would be to direct staff to evaluate a value engineered version of option 3A.
Is staff comfortable with that?
The question whether that's in addition to the motion, so there are alternatives, or if that is if that substitutes for, how we would be looking at it.
I mean, it's still option 3A. It's asking to look at kind of a low-cost build.
So I would say, I want staff to value engineering things, but I do not want an ugly-looking building there. And if we're going to do that, I would rather go back to 3B, frankly. If we're going to, I'd rather take the $4 million and make a nice-looking building and have an extra 10 feet in height.
Yeah,
so if we're going to make the decision to spend the extra $4 million, I don't want it to be at the thing of having a really ugly building there. That's
I'm just not convinced.
sort of how I feel about it.
I'm just not convinced it's $4 million. We're talking about it like it's a definite amount of money. And
well, look, I think staff.
Mr. Mayor, did the maker of the motion accept the amendment or not?
So, Councilmember Holman, I've given you a lot of leeway. Just hold on a second. So, I think it's really important to focus on having a decent building, and I understand that staff is going to look at value engineering on this anyway. I'm happy to say, that, but it seems a little, what's the word, to tell staff to value engineer this when they're going to value engineering it anyway. So that's why I'm not going to accept it.
it's just the idea of, are we saying we want to go 4 million over, or are we saying you kind of want this building, but tell us if you can do it for less? So
one thing I would say is that I think the request was made earlier, but Brad spoke to the fact that we would be coming back to the council with, preliminary concepts before we get to ARB and down the road. And obviously, our ability to sort of focus on cost is, I think, going to be key. On the other hand, I don't think you guys have told us to throw all design concerns to the wind. So we would be, I think we'd be presenting you a kind of a range of options of sorts, as we come down the road to know what they are.
I mean, that's really what I'd like to see is a range.
So I'm satisfied with the city manager's.
Okay, so I'll withdraw the
answer,
motion as long as we can see a range of price. So the last one, we didn't talk about at all, but it's in the staff report. It says that Public Works is considering solar on the roof. And so I would suggest that we don't consider solar at this time as part of the project and it comes back with its own budget and at a different time.
So that was my understanding of it. If staff has a different understanding, that they would have to come back with the solar separately.
I mean, until we can see the budget for this, I almost don't want them to spend time and effort on it.
Yeah, where we are right now is that we wanted to consider it, but there's no funding for it, and it's not in the budgetary estimates we're showing you. So essentially, we would only be trying to move forward with it if we
value
found a
engineering.
way.
Okay, good.
So would you start to work on it before coming to council?
What we're doing is working with the utilities department primarily to see if we can come up with some kind of a model or a public-private partnership model that could allow it to be built.
So if I understand what you just said, the default under this motion is no solar, right? But it may come back later as a separate thing.
I don't think we were viewing it as that we would come back to council for approval of it. if we found a way to pay for it that wasn't coming out of the project. That's a little problematic because as we enter into the ARB process and environmental review, if it's a potential component of the project, it would need to be considered up front and defined as part of the project.
So I think that's actually an interesting point here, okay, because if you put solar on it, it raises the height 10 feet, okay? And then so you're going to go, is the trade-off of having solar on it worth the additional height? So at what point do we review that?
It'd be when we come back to you with preliminary designs, as we just talked about.
Okay.
Anything we've been thinking about is that, as Mr. Shikata points out to me, would not be general fund funded. I mean,
But yeah, so it would come back. It would come back as part of designs. Okay. I'm okay with that. Are you okay with that? Because we're not.
I'm just
approving
concerned that you're going to spend time and effort on it, and if it came back and we said, it's too high, it doesn't. Let's not do it on this building. We're going to have wasted a lot of effort. So I'll offer the motion, see if there's any support. But if
What are you proposing as a motion?
I'm just saying we don't consider solar at this time as part of the project. I'd kind of like to see it built, see what it looks like, and then we could add solar later. I'm also not sure a little spot solar is going to make much sense.
I think we should vote on that.
I'll second it.
All right, I think I've spoken to it. But.
Okay, so just so I understand your motion, and I'm going to let Councilmember Holman speak in a second to her second. Your motion is to, right now the staff's not including it in the garage, but your motion is actually for them to cease all work on it, basically, until, I just want to make sure that's correct, and not to do anything until after the project's built. Okay. Councilmember Holman.
I don't think I need to speak to it. I think it's been.
Councilmember Walbach.
So I think that's the opposite direction from how we should proceed with this. If anything, I think it would be wonderful to see solar integrated into the design of the project in a thoughtful way. If I was going to add any direction in this motion this evening, and I'm not intending to, but if I were, I would direct staff to look for how to integrate the design of the solar with the structure and to accelerate the application of solar. Solar panels provide shade to cars parked on the top floor, and I cannot support this amendment.
Okay, let's vote on the amendment. And that fails on a 6-3 motion with Councilmember Du Bois, Philseth, and Holman voting yes. All right, now we're back at the main motion. Vice Mayor Ness.
I was very enthused about 3B, and one of the reasons it's been good to have a continuing discussion is 3B grew about 10 feet between the time we started and now. So this one says 43 feet. I heard 47, then I finally heard 51.5. Where did the 51.5 come from?
The 43 and a half is the height to the top deck of the garage.
Uh-huh.
The 53 is 10 feet for the solar canopy on top of the top deck of the garage. And the 47 is the height with the 3.5 feet added for the railing.
So the 47 is essential,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
So really, we're looking at, so when we really look at option 3A, which we're about to vote on, what are we really looking at for height? It's not 32.
It's 36 feet 4 inches.
How about with solar?
It would
and that
be
would add in the 10 feet.
43 and a half feet.
Okay, so I think that makes option 3A a whole lot easier. It would have helped if we'd known this earlier, and I think most of us support solar. I certainly think that's going to be a perfect place for solar. That a big flat roof is just the right place. We're not going to have a sun deck up there, I'm pretty sure. So for me, that brings us back to something between 40, I mean, you really are hitting 40 feet. You're almost back to 43 feet, as you would be in option 3B. So I think the one problem I have with 3A is the extra $4 million that is kind of been casually talked about tonight. Well, it's $2 million, it's $4 million. We forget how difficult it is to collect that money and how hard we have worked to get the TOT, to get the money in place. But I am going to vote for this. We need a garage. I ran last fall. We promised a garage in just about every coffee I went to, looking at my colleagues down here. I think all of you promised a garage. And so I think it's up to us to deliver on that garage. Even though it might not have been exactly the one I would have chosen, I think it gets pretty close.
So I need clarification on something, please. So in the staff report, it says that tonight's discussion is intended to meet the requirement for pre-screening containing municipal code, and it's mentioned a couple of times in here, but yet I'm more appreciating what city manager's been saying a couple of 3 times, is that this will come back to us in preliminary design stage before it goes to the ARB. Which one is accurate, please?
I think the pre-screening is with respect to the PTC process.
Council does a pre-screening process as well. So I guess the question is, which I would much prefer, that this comes back to the council after preliminary designs are done and before it goes to the ARB, because really all we have tonight is very simplistic massing models.
So, I mean, I think we're being very clear when we're saying, when the council says, this is very preliminary, we want you to come back when we have more definition. So regardless of what we even said we were doing tonight, by us coming back, clearly the council is going to be able to give feedback and weigh in on the design.
So what you were saying earlier is what was intended in the staff report, is that it'll come back to us before it goes to the ARB for preliminary design.
That's right.
Okay, good.
That's a change we're making based on these requests this evening. In fact.
Okay, good.
What requests? I mean, it's not in the motion, it's not in the motion. So what changes are you making? What are you doing?
I think just the fact that we said that before we begin the ARB process, we would come back to council with some preliminary design information.
Yeah.
So is that going to slow the process?
Yes.
So I've been hearing how important it is to move forward fast.
I thought we said early on this evening that we would come back with preliminary designs to share with the council. So I thought early on in the evening, I thought we said as a staff that we would come back to council with preliminary designs. So the only question is whether or not we would come back and say, well, these are the preliminary designs, but you can't say anything, versus to comment on it. And I just sort of, I think this does slow us down, but I mean, I hate to say it, it's really also in the council's lap when we bring it back.
Okay.
It's up to you all. I mean, if you're going to really redirect, I mean, I think we're being very clear about the general parameters, so we're really going to be dealing with main design issues, right, of how this thing, there was concern about not having, all we had was a sort of schema. I mean, a shell. Is this what it's going to be? No, that's not what it's going to be. Oh, we'd like to see that before you proceed with it. That's what I think we're going to do.
Okay. Let's vote on the board. As my no, and that passes unanimously. Before, we're not adjourned, Councilmember Nis,
You want this as a motion?
if you want to make a motion on it, sure.
Yeah. So I want to move that the next garage we look at, which I think will be the downtown parking garage, considers not only the classical type of garage we just voted on, but also looks at the mechanical lift garage as a possibility.
I'll second that.
Pardon?
Councilmember comments, what are we doing right now?
So we're still on
No,
this
I made a
item.
motion.
So we're still on
That's
this
a
item,
motion.
and Councilmember, we have,
Isn't that on the agenda?
we, well, we've actually had many times the city attorney has told us, Molly's told us many times, that we can direct staff to consider, can't take any action, so that when this comes back to us, you can have information on the issue.
So
And
we're,
that's-
we're coming back next week on the 11th on the downtown parking garage, and then on the parking management study, which I think you're going to take up both of those things. So we're not going to be prepared to be responsive. You could ask the question again then.
I think they're right, by the way, on that it comes, yeah. That it's coming next week. So
Well, do you want the motion next
they
week?
don't need a motion, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to, I mean,
They don't need a motion.
we'll do a little bit more reading on this. But you're going to want to say this again next week, I think, right? When we bring the actual item.
All right, so.
Rather than you say, hey, why didn't you guys bring us that stuff?
So we'll deal with it next week.
Okay.
All right, with that, we're council member questions, comments. I see a bunch of lights. I assume they're all for council member questions, comments. So if they're not, just say, Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I was at the Caltrain Local Policy Makers Group meeting. There was a presentation about the Union Pacific outsourcing of freight to third parties. And cities along the corridor are interested in writing a letter to Union Pacific and Caltrain, urging them to support grade flexibility. And Caltrain has said they are going to do that, and they're going to represent city's interest. So I'd like the city of Palo Alto to participate in that letter, and it'll come to us for review.
A little bit of a distraction, just so I got it clear in my head. They're writing a letter.
The cities are getting together to write a letter.
Okay, at the policymakers group.
Yes.
And what's the letter about?
So the Caltrain board has approval over the third-party freight operator and making sure those conditions include flexibility on differences in grade that would support more options for grade separations.
Okay, so if you could agendize that letter at the rail committee.
Yep.
Councilmember Walbach.
So last Thursday, I had driven down Wednesday to Ontario, California for the League of California Cities committee meetings. I'm on the Public Safety Committee. It was an interesting discussion. Our local state senator, Jerry Hill, has a bill, I believe it's SB 21, bringing forward an issue that we're also working on currently in Palo Alto, which is the question of transparency and public approval and council approvals for use of surveillance technology at the local level to ensure Fourth Amendment privacy rights of local residents. It was actually quite contentious. I'm glad I was there. Some people were inclined to outright oppose it with no negotiation, but we ended up with a compromise position from that committee.
Councilmember Tanaka. No. Councilmember Holman. No. All right. Meeting's adjourned.